the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And we're happy you spent some time with us, Chip and Zay. Free for All Football Friday. What a weekend ahead. Texas is off. I mean, they're still preparing. They're doing things. You know, they're preparing for them Georgia Bulldogs. But they don't play them until November 15th. This weekend, we get to watch Georgia play Mississippi State. Zay, how's your Free for All Football Friday?
Good, man. Not too shabby at all. Feeling good, feeling great. Happy Friday, everybody. Chip, how are you?
Oh man, I'm ready to rumble. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new to the show, it's your show. We merely moderate and host, so feel free to join in on the comments on the YouTube channel or on the Circuit of the Americas COTA text line at 512-222-9328. And please take note of all these incredible sponsors around our faces. They make it possible for us. I mean, don't just take note. Give them your love. Give them your business. Because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every weekday from 2 to 4 before we hand it off to the open gym. Zay,
I like the accent, Rex.
you like that?
Yeah, I like the accent. I like the twang.
You know, I can go French.
Yeah. Are you rocking a soccer jersey, by the way? What is that?
Yeah, this is my Lando Norris McLaren F1 jersey.
Oh, okay. No, it's fire. I like it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Little F1. You know, we are French. I can do French. Oui, je parle français. Comment s'appelle-tu? There you go. I took French in high school. Did nothing for me. Although, you know, the ladies like it. It is very romantic. How do we say?
I don't think no ladies liking that. What you're
En
doing.
français? No? Okay.
I don't know what you're doing, but I get the ladies love the French. I saw Tony clean up.
They love the French.
Yeah. You remember TP, Tony Parker?
Oh, yeah.
My man used to clean up. You know?
Did he cheat on Ava Longoria or did she cheat on him?
I don't know. It's speculation.
Yeah, we don't need to go there.
Allegedly.
It just didn't work out.
There's the story that he forced Brent Barry's, well, let's not say force, that's ridiculous. He and Brent Barry's wife had an affair. That was always a rumor back in the day. I don't know how that's true. Allegedly. Come on, Tony.
Tony Parker?
Yeah. And you know, it's the Spurs, man. Like, who we going to get rid of? Tony Parker or Brent Barry? You know, who we going to keep around? How we going to solve this problem? Because Brent didn't have many years left on the team at that point. But Brent gave the Spurs some great years.
You're killing me right now.
I'm not Magic Man.
We don't have to get into who we going to get rid of. It's over.
I know. That's what I mean.
Both their careers over.
But it happened. We saw what happened. We saw who the Spurs chose.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see Brent Barry hitting game-winning shots on LeBron in 2014. That was Tony Parker. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
You dig?
You dig. That floater, man. I don't care what he does in the organization. That floater is ridiculous.
All right,
come on.
Let me ask you this. If you were making a to-do list of things you want to see improved the most for Texas football coming out of this off week, what would your top 3 on your to-do list, your priority list be?
Running the damn football, all caps, if you could. So all caps that as number one, run the football.
Run the dang ball.
Run the dang ball. Number two, health in the secondary. All those guys, Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald, feeling good about both of those guys being available November 15th. And the third one would be Mason Shipley making a 50-yard plus field goal.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I don't know if we've seen it yet. We've seen 49. I think that's the longest of the year. You might have to check that for me.
No, he hit a 50-yarder.
He hit a 50-yarder? What game was that?
Remember, he hit a 53-yarder against Kentucky.
Okay, big. All right, so more consistency from Mason Shipley.
Okay.
And you could put that in small letters.
You're awfully tough on those kickers, I've noticed.
I am. As I feel like I should be. I mean, you sitting around watching practice all day, working on your leg, and then all of a sudden, after these guys battle for 60 minutes, it's up to you sometimes to tie or take the lead. So, yeah.
You almost sound angry.
What do you mean I almost sound angry?
Like sitting around watching practice all day.
I mean, I'm not like Tom Herman and calling people just kicker. I know Mason Shipley's name, so I ain't that angry. But also, I do have UTSD from what I saw from my man Sideshow Burt last year. My man, I can't even say sober Carrot Top because I don't know with the way he be going out. So, yeah, I'm a little traumatized for sure. But, yeah, when you miss a 29-yarder, that right there, that puts you on the watch list for me. You know, now my antennas are up because if you can miss 29 yards, it wasn't like there was much traffic back there. It wasn't like somebody was diving at his feet or, you know, trying to Joe Theismann his ass. It wasn't anything like that. And nah, Rex, I was a smooth like 78, but that ain't the same though. Don't
Rex said Zay must have been 100% from the free throw line.
No, nah, don't even do that. That ain't the same. And also, if there was a technical free throw, I didn't shoot it. I knew my role. There were other good shooters on the team that should shoot the free throw before me. There ain't nobody replacing Mason Shipley right now. Will Stone, what happened to him? Is he in the portal? Is he redshirted? He gone. All right. So that means they had enough confidence in Mason Shipley to get the job done. And again, he's been solid. He's been decent. But when you miss a 29-yarder that had no expectations, like there was no pressure to, you know what I'm saying? It'd be different if you missed it in clutch time. You missed it in like the second quarter or something. That makes me think, okay, if he can miss this, what else can he miss down the line? So
see that? That's doomsday.
I mean, you asked me the question what I'm concerned at.
No.
Whatever the hell you're eating.
He hooked one 29-yard field goal. That guy, he is, let me just get the number, 14 of 18. That's 77.8%. About what you were from the free throw line. And he's 1 of 4 from 50 plus. And he missed that 29-yarder. All right. So your priority list is run the ball. I like that. Get healthy in the secondary, and Mason Shipley hit your field goals.
Yeah, man. You remember Scarface? Scarface, one of my favorite movies of all time. Tony Montana. Come on now. Like one of the greatest actors ever is Al Pacino. There was that part where They shot him up in the club. He knew that. His boss, Frank, did it. He went back to go confront Frank. He had the pistol on him. Frank asked him, why you got the pistol on you, Tony? Tony goes, paranoid. What would you like to say? Paranoid. That's how I am. I'm paranoid about these kickers, man. Very paranoid. So Mason Shipley, there's a lot at stake these next few games, next 3 games, a ton. Like, you got a chance to shock the world, change everything about where college football is right now and people's minds on Texas. That's a lot of pressure. So I'm just,
So you want to put a little more pressure on him?
I don't want to put the pressure on him. He knew when he took the gig, when Steve Sarkisian called, when I don't know how it goes, Chris Del Conte, whoever the hell was in the room where he signed that scholarship paper saying I will be attending the University of Texas as a scholarship kicker for the football team. He knew what he was getting into. He knew This is what he wanted. He could have stayed at Texas State. He could have been at the square at San Marcos, partying it up, having a good old time, floating the river. But he wanted to come down here with the big boys in the SEC. Show me what you got.
Appreciate you, Jose.
Yo, come on. You. Jose, that's the bare minimum, bro. Come on. Don't give him no love for that.
I'm the Mason Shipley of, but hey, we're getting things in order.
Yeah.
All right. So
what concerns you? Yeah. What are yours?
My priority list is to continue building that chemistry on that offensive line. Give me some solid days of practice with Cole Hudson at left guard, Connor Robertson at center, DJ Campbell at right guard, Trevor Gooseby at left tackle, Brandon Baker at right tackle. Let me see some more of that chemistry getting built up, because that leads to being able to run the football, which I agree with you, Zay. That would be my number 2 on my priority list, is run the ball. How about we set some modest goals, like running the ball for more than 1.1 yards per carry against Georgia, considering that was the average in both games last year. Both. Even the one Texas almost won. They averaged 1.1 yards per carry. So how about we raise that standard? Maybe, is it too much to ask for 3 yards a carry? Like 4 yards a carry is the bare minimum for a good running team. Bare minimum. Like a really good running team like Texas in 05, they averaged almost 6 yards a carry. Makes you appreciate Jamal Charles and his NFL career, averaging more than 5 yards a carry for his career. But 100 yards. Okay, Joe, I'll take that. 100 yards. Can Texas run for 100 yards? Which is what they ran for against Vanderbilt. Can they take that show on the road to Georgia and run for 100 yards? I'll take that. Run the ball for 100 yards against Georgia.
Good luck.
Yeah, you take the under on that, right?
Yeah. They're like one of the best run-stopping teams in the nation, like they always are.
Well, let's see where they are. They're actually giving up 118 yards per game on the ground. So can Texas, can they break in? We'll just take 100. Take a smooth 100.
Smooth 100.
Smooth 100. Last year, okay, no, you're right. This year they're giving up only 94 yards. Last year they were giving up 129.6 yards per game. This year they're only giving up 94. Now the interesting thing is they're giving up 215 yards passing per game, That is 65th. And they're giving up 19.6 points per game after giving up 20.6 points per game a year ago. So they're giving up some more yards this year, but they're giving up fewer points. And you'll take fewer points every time. Their third down defense is 76th. Last year it was 17th. Their fourth down defense is 22nd. Last year it was 79th. So their red zone defense is 12th. Last year was 53rd. So Georgia's defense, they're not rushing the passer very well, but they're playing the run well. And they're giving up 1 point per game less than they were a year ago. So yeah, Georgia's still a menace on defense. Like, I get that they're not, sacking the quarterback, but they're stopping the run and they're giving up fewer points. And here's the thing. They're top 20 in fewest penalties. They're not going to beat themselves. They're 30th in penalty yards. They're averaging about 45.8 penalty yards per game. Texas is doing better. At one point, they were in the 60s, but it's down to, well, no, actually, that's Georgia from last year.
Yeah, then they have 9 penalties.
Yeah. Let me double check that, where Texas is with the penalties. Because that's always that thing that gets you. Like, Texas is not turning the ball over, but the penalty yards. So Texas is currently 117th, giving up 66.1 yards per game. Ay, ay, ay. All right. So I guess my third priority list, because I do think the secondary is going to be healthy, would be curbing the penalties. Curbing the penalties. You're giving up 66 yards per game in penalties. Got to clean up those penalties. You're not turning the ball over, but you're giving away yards.
Yeah.
66 yards per game.
Yeah, and it seemed like even though you had a lot of penalties against Vanderbilt, it didn't cost you like games pass. Like, you weren't ending up in 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 15s very often. So whatever penalties that happened, my mind's kind of going blank right now thinking about it, but clearly it didn't cost you. But at Sanford Stadium, it's going to be rocking. This is the last defense you need to get in 3rd and longs with. So being a very disciplined team, everybody knowing their assignment, snap count, don't be getting no false starts, man. Like, that's what scares me the most, because we know Glenn Schumann, we know Kirby Smart, they're going to throw stuff at these guys. That's what they always do against Texas. Even though they came in last year with not the stats on pressures and sacks, we saw what happened. So I'm still not buying, and I won't buy, even after this Mississippi State game. They might not get a sack on the homie Blake Shapen this weekend. It will not change my mind from thinking the following weekend, them fools can't rack up 7 or 8 against Archman, because that's just Georgia. And they're playing against Texas. We know that rivalry between Kirby and Sark. So, yeah, they're going to bring the dogs, and they see that offensive line. Yeah, Nick Brooks might not be playing, but they're still going to test them, guys. Like, it's not like the dam's completely built. Like, they're still going to test them. So they got dogs. They're stopping the run. I need Mississippi State to weaken them dudes this weekend. Like, I'm not saying Mississippi State go out and win, but put them in a dogfight. Don't get blown out. Like, put them in a dogfight to where when they escape Starkville, they're thinking, man, can't believe we got out of there alive. You know, because an emotional game like that on the road and then trying to gear up for Texas, that's why the SEC is so difficult for everybody, because week to week, you got to get up for that game. And then there's just some games, we're all human, you might not get up for. And then all of a sudden, you turn around, you in overtime. Just ask Steve Sarkisian about Kentucky and Mississippi State. So give me one of them, Mississippi State. You know what I'm saying? My man Brandon Walker gonna be back. He don't got no Mississippi State, you know, PTSD from the Texas game where he was on that sideline where Emmett Mosley caught the game winner. He's going back. So
he is?
He is. Good for him. Because he was hurt. He was hurt, man. You know, them Barstool folks, they don't care if he was hurt. They were letting him hear it.
Oh, yeah.
So for him to go back, say, you know what? I'm going to try this again. I'm going to see if we could get an upset somehow on Powerhouse, Georgia. And, hey, Bulldog versus Bulldog. Them cowbells, they still going to be rocking. Like, but that's it. Like the play action, though. Like, we know Jeff Lebby loves to do that. If they're just stopping the run like they've been doing all year, them Georgia Bulldogs, what, 1.1 yards? What are they giving up? Like,
on
a carry.
On what?
On a run.
On a run?
Yeah.
Let's see here. It is give me a minute. Go ahead and keep talking. I'll find it for you.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. But either way, what I'm saying is it's very good. So if you're a big-time play-action team like Mississippi State is, and the run ain't working, it might be a long night for Blake Shapen.
Georgia's given up 3.07 yards per carry.
Okay. So, yeah.
Texas is giving up 2.41 yards per carry, which is second in the nation.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Behind Pittsburgh, which is giving up 2.39 yards per carry.
Man, I'm glad you threw that stat out for Texas, because shout out to my man Kenny Baker, who we haven't brought up much just because sometimes those position coaches go unnoticed. Steve Sarkisian gets a ton of love. Pete Kwiatkowski, as a defensive coordinator, gets a ton of love. But all the things that we heard about Kenny Baker coming in, which we heard good things, but you were taking over for Bo Davis, which was a big deal. Bo Davis earned a ton of respect, not just from the video after Iowa State, but for how he developed his players and how they played in the game and the type of dogs that he had to play, like Trevondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, cats like that. Kenny Baker has come in and brought in European Hero Canoe, who has looked terrific this season. Shout out to Hero Canoe. Alex January is playing some good ball. Travis Shaw has been solid. Like, this interior defensive line, that stat, and obviously the edge rushers and everybody involved, linebackers, yeah, but that was a big piece that we were questioning coming into the year. What will this interior defensive line be? Because Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Bill Norton, those guys last year were really good. Shout out to Kenny Baker for that. And Vernon Broughton, I remember him saying, yo, Kenny Baker changed my whole career. He changed the way I look at the game. And now my man Vernon Broughton's out there in New Orleans doing his thing for the Saints. So Kenny Baker, bro, salute to you, man. Kudos to you. You've done a hell of a job. And this team big time question that we had coming into the year. We don't have that question no more because that defensive line's been really good.
Who do you think of the defensive tackles has played the most snaps this season?
Hero Canoe.
That's correct. Who do you think has played the second most snaps?
I want to say Alex January, but he missed some time, right?
So Alex January did miss time. He's played in 6 of the 9 games.
Yeah.
He's third. Who do you think is second?
Cole Brevard?
Cole Brevard is fourth.
Wow. So it had to be either Travis Shaw or Murad Watson. I really don't know. Maybe
Murad Watson.
Murad Watson, yeah.
So Hero Canoe has played 328 snaps, 328. Murad Watson has played 216. Alex January, 211. Cole Brevard, 200. And then it drops off. Travis Shaw has played 126 snaps. And he's been available for all 9 games. Levon Johnson has played 43 snaps. Justice Terry, 39. Melvin Hills the third, 23. Josiah Sharma, 19. Myron Charles, 8. Isaiah Coleman, 2. The snaps tell you who the coaches are believing in the most. And Canoe, 328 snaps. And the snaps are pretty close between Watson, Alex January, and Cole Brevard. But Hero Canoe has been a revelation. He's playing good football.
Yeah.
He's the third highest rated run defender on the team. According to Pro Football Focus. Michael Taft, number 1. Colin Simmons, number 2, which is huge. For Colin Simmons to be the number 2 rated run defender tells you how far he's come. Tells you how far his game has come. Because we know he can rush the passer, but now he's got an 86.3 grade against the run. He's playing so much more physical. Then Hero Canoe is third. Jelani McDonald, 4th. Ethan Burke, 5th. T'Anthony Smith, 6th. T'Anthony Smith is ahead of Anthony Hill as a run in terms of his run defense grade. But Anthony Hill's, a total difference maker as a pass rusher and as a tackler. Anthony Hill's the third highest rated tackler on the team. Jelani McDonald, number 1. Michael Taft, number 2. I mean, Taft is ridiculous.
Yeah, you telling me it wasn't a big deal now having both of those guys late in that Vanderbilt game? Oh, yeah. You think? Like both of those guys together, not too many 2 safety combos in the nation provide what those 2 provide. So that's why that was number 2 for me, like most concerning moving on, because those guys, they need those guys if they want to accomplish their goals, which are right in front of them. And shout out to Alan Clark. You were huge on Alan Clark coming in from Ohio State, from the things that you heard from your sources and the people who speak very highly about him. This team, number 1 in sacks. So, you talk about Colin Simmons and his run stopping grade. Like, this is a guy that you would think just care about getting sacks and stuff. No, you're a complete edge rusher. You're showing those scouts that whatever philosophy, defensive coordinator that they have on the pro level, you can come in and fit in any type of scheme. And that's promising for somebody like Colin Simmons, who I still think in the 2027 draft could be the number 1 overall pick. So, yeah, man, just complimentary football from this defense. Now just getting this secondary to come along. What are the grades for the corners? Like what are the grades for Jalen Gilbo and Grayson Littleton and Manny Muhammad? Because right now I'm trying to think about like those other guys that I didn't name that got a little bit of bump that we might see these next 3 games because they're earning the trust of their coaches. It's being a long season and just staying with the grind, staying with practicing, like guys are continuing to develop behind the scenes. We saw the amount of snaps K. Phillips got, but like, what are those grades looking like for the secondary?
So Malik Muhammad, first of all, Jalen Gilbo has played the most snaps, and that's in part because Muhammad only played in 8 games. Gilbo's played in all 9. Gilbo's at 495 snaps. Malik Muhammad, 425, and Grayson Littleton, the nickel corner, at 422. Muhammad has a grade of 73.8 overall. Jalen Gilbo, 67.1. Grayson Littleton, 67.6. Kobe Black has played 115 snaps, and he's got a grade of 54.8.
Yeah.
And Cade Phillips has played 94 snaps. He's got a grade of 70.7. That's why you're seeing him getting more love. Warren Roberson has played 78 snaps. He's got a grade of 70.1.
Why you push him, Warren? You can't push him.
Santana Wilson's only played 6 snaps. He's got a grade of 72.5. Can my man get a couple more snaps?
He ain't ready. What's he doing in practice?
I don't know. The guy had more interceptions than anyone else in spring and fall camp.
He was picking off Trey Owens. Ain't nobody giving him credit for that.
Dang. That's cold.
I'm sorry, Trey Owens, man. I love you, buddy. I hope things are going well for you.
Wardell Max played 44 snaps. He's got a PFF grade of 57.6. So, you know, Kobe Black, we got to get his confidence back up.
Yeah, it's interesting. After that Florida game where Dallas Wilson killed him, we just haven't seen much of him. And hey, sometimes it only takes one game for coaches to lose confidence in you, which guys deserve a second chance. But then again, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know what's going on in practice. I don't know how hard my man Kobe Black is working in film study or just doing his due diligence to be prepared like other guys that might be getting reps in front of him. I don't know. All I could go off of is seeing what he does on the field. And clearly that's not much because he ain't getting those opportunities to be on the field because these coaches are telling us we don't want him out there. There are guys better than him that we have way more faith in. So that sucks because you were expecting him to be that like third guy that's just super reliable. And it hasn't been the case. And he's still a young player. Like, he's only a sophomore. Everybody wants these guys to blow up, you know, once they're freshmen. And sometimes that's not always the case. Sometimes it takes them to be an upperclassman for them to finally start to get in that light bulb to turn on. And maybe for Kobe Black, it just isn't there yet. But I'm sure Dwayne Akina, Pete Kwiatkowski, Steve Sarkisian, they haven't given up on him. And he's just going to have to keep on grinding and doing the work like everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, Cade Phillips is going to be a stud, and he's getting snaps like it. He's been playing I mean, he's getting meaningful snaps in some big games. And I think Xavier Filsame's going to be a good player too. He just, he's probably playing a little, he was dropping. He was already back and he was dropping against Mississippi State. And look at this. So the Texas pass defense, I saw we had a comment. Joe was saying Texas pass D is last in the SEC. And it's pretty much from these last 2 games. Look at this. So Texas had given up 3 touchdowns passing through the first 7 games. 3. In the last 2, they've given up 8. And they've given up an average of 372 yards in the last 2 games. Before that, the most they'd given up was 298 to Florida. They ended up giving up 382 to Mississippi State and 365 to Vanderbilt. And if there's one thing about Georgia's defense that you can get to, it's their pass defense.
Yeah.
Their pass defense, they're giving up, 215 yards per game, 65th. So let's see how they handle that tempo tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah. And that just shows me, as my man Joel K saying, like, Bucky Taff missed a little bit. Like, he just makes up for so much communication-wise, talent-wise, skill, all those things. So I'm not looking too much into that. I still hate that Derek Williams isn't quite where I thought he was going to be coming into the year. Again, tearing your ACL, that's a brutal injury. And even though medicine has came so far with science and all that, there's just certain guys that it takes a little longer to get back right. So next year, I'm going to bank on Derek Williams finally feeling comfortable with that knee. And once Bucky Taff is gone to the NFL, he could take over that spot, but you can tell he's missed a step or two. And now just getting back 16 and getting back McDonald playing up against Gunnar Stockton, which that's it. Like Gunnar Stockton, he just has I ain't going down without a fight mentality that the whole team benefits from, and they feed off of his energy. Like he looks like an old ass man, but he has just a certain moxie, and I'm not saying it's Stetson Bennett like, but he's way closer to Stetson Bennett than Carson Beck ever was. You know what I mean? And those are the guys that Kirby loves, which is big reason why Kirby went to bat for him, and big reason why my man Carson Beck is down there at Coral Gables, because Kirby let it be known, we got a guy. So Carson, the money that you asking for, which I'm sure Carson was like, run it up. I'm sure he was like, let's renegotiate this contract a little bit. And Gunnar Stockton, being from the state, probably always wanted to be a Georgia Bulldog.
Oh, yeah.
Probably taking the cut.
Gunnar Stockton's a dog.
Dog.
All right, this Newhouse Hookham says, I'm worried about the secondary going forward. We've been picked apart all season. Is it more about scheme or lack of ability on the back end? Here's the thing that is a little bit under the radar, and it's a little concerning, is the pass coverage of Leonga Lafau and Ty-Anthony Smith. They're not getting the right drop, and they're not falling into the right spacing in terms of their pass coverage, and it's hurt. It's hurt. Anthony Hill and Trey Moore are doing a good job in pass coverage.
Yeah. But we want Ant Hill to block. We want Ant Hill to rush. We want Ant Hill to blitz.
I know Ant Hill, that when you're that talented, there's a reason they've wanted him in pass coverage a lot this year because he's gotten so much better at it. And yet you want him near the line of scrimmage because his pass rush is so effective. The guy's got 4 sacks in the last 2 games. And that's got to have that. Got to have Leonga Lafau, Ty Anthony Smith. They'll get better. Leonga's a junior.
Yeah, I know. And Jeff Choate ruined me. Ever since Jeff Choate said Leonga Lafau's the greatest coverage linebacker he's ever seen, I've put crazy expectation on Leonga Lafau. So I'm sorry, Leonga Lafau. If I put too much on you, that's unfair. Blame Jeff Choate. Because Jeff Choate, before he went on to Nevada, he was talking very highly of Leonga Lafau, saying this guy, when it comes to coverage, one of the best I've seen. And my man Lafau, with that beautiful rat tail of his, has struggled. But I believe in those guys, man. My man Ant Hill, we didn't talk about his interception enough back against Kentucky. Yo, scouts, they're
Oh, yeah. He had to go up for that.
Oh, he had to snag that. That's an athletic move right there. Ant Hill could do it all. No, Chan, it's not a ponytail. It's a rat tail, man. It's a rat tail. I'm sorry. It's cool. Again, the women down there, West Campus, ooh, you different. I like this. They playing with it, touching it.
What is wrong with you?
What do you mean? That sounds like a good life to me. What is wrong with me?
Just totally making stuff up. You're conjuring.
If I was a Hawaiian brother with a rat tail, I'd be on West Campus living like a king, man. You kidding me? Hell yeah. Yeah, I feel him.
All right, Lane says, I feel like not rotating our secondary as much as the last few years has hurt us. Guys need experience, but not a talent issue. Well,
Johnny Barron never came off the field last year.
And for good reason. For good reason.
Yeah.
Johnny Barron, Andrew Makuba, Michael Taft. Remember, Texas had the number 1 pass defense for through 9 games last year.
Yeah, those guys actually wore down because they played so many snaps. So, Lane, I appreciate you, but there wasn't much subbing going on last year. It was at the beginning with Derek Williams before he got injured, secondary and then Jelani McDonald came in and he started getting in the mix a little bit. So Jelani McDonald was that guy. They were rotating a little bit more. But yeah.
But look at these snaps at corner. I mean, yeah, you got Gilbo and Muhammad, but Cade Phillips has played 94 snaps, Kobe Black 115 snaps, Roberson 78 snaps. Wardell Mack has 44 snaps, primarily at star, but he's only played in 4 games. I think he might be.
Yeah,
he might be shelving it.
Yeah, save that red shirt, dog.
Yeah,
I knew he wasn't going to get many minutes when he was getting pulled over and arrested.
Who?
Wardell Mack. You remember he got?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that ain't good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he plays star. He plays corner. He sees Cade Phillips getting snaps. He sees Grayson Littleton ain't going anywhere.
Grayson Littleton, does he come out the game either?
Not much.
He didn't come out at all, really.
Not much. Yeah, let me see.
Pretty DeBarge looking brother. My man, the hair be flowing.
So he played, he played 72 snaps against Mississippi State, 57 against Kentucky, 54 against OU, 42 against Florida, 56 against Vanderbilt. Yeah, he's not coming out. He's not coming out much. And
Good for him. He's earned
yeah,
that.
he's earned that. But man, this is going to be interesting to watch how Mississippi State, if they can, if they can kind of drag Georgia into some deep water with their passing game.
Yeah.
I'll be watching that game close.
They got Faith Bothwell back, which is a big deal. Fluff, excuse me.
Yeah, Fluff.
Fluff Bothwell. And last week, he didn't look 100%. He just looked off a little bit. Hopefully this week, he's a little bit more healthy. We know that they got Booth also. So their running game with both of those guys, it could be dynamic, even though Georgia's run defense is ridiculous. So just establishing some type of run game to where you're not one-dimensional, and then you can get out to that play action stuff, that RPO stuff that Jeff Lebby loves to do, and get the ball to your underrated wide receivers. Like, this is one of the more underrated wide receiver groups in the nation. Like Brennan Thompson, that dude could fly. Evans can fly. Like, we saw the way they were lighting up Texas. So, yeah, I think they could do a little bit of that to Georgia. It's just can't get caught up with it being Georgia, and who knows how much they partied after their first win in the SEC last week. Like, that scares me too, Chip. Like, because I would party my ass off. I would go to the mud wrestling strip club that they got. You remember that down there in Starkville? They got the mud wrestling and the oil wrestling, all that.
Oil, yeah.
Yeah, I want to show my face a little bit after a fresh win, and I'm a football player. Hell yeah, I'm going to show my face to see what's popping. So how much of that was going on to where those dudes?
Yeah, but you got Georgia coming in.
That don't mean nothing. This is the first win in how long? This is Jeff Lebby's first win in the SEC. Hell, he might have been at the strip club, biscuits and gravy wrestling. Thank you, CB. Yo, that's serious country.
That is so country.
Biscuits and gravy wrestling. Yeah, I want to show my face a little bit. So hopefully they weren't partying. Hopefully Jeff Lebby had everybody buttoned up. We partied Saturday. The fellas are off Sunday. Come ready to work Monday. Like, hopefully that's how the schedule was. Great week of practice. It's Friday, little tune-up. And then it's going down in Starkville tomorrow.
Rex says Gunnar Stockton has an NIL deal with Rogaine, Blue Chew, and Dr. Scholl's. Oh.
Yeah.
Hey.
I thought I saw Gunnar Stockton on the episode of Young and the Restless.
Gunnar Stockton's like,
dude.
Y'all keep knocking me. I'm gonna get me some W's while I'm out here.
Yo, he's gotta have kids or something.
What is wrong with you?
He's gotta have something going on, just something grown as hell going on that normal college kids don't. Let
me see how old he is.
Here we go. That's the pick right there.
He's 22.
That's the pick right there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's a killer right there.
I got one for you.
This dude is a killer. Yeah. Yeah. When he took that shot from Andrew Makuba last year and got up and wasn't on concussion protocol or nothing, I was like, yeah, this dude different. Like, he's just – because Andrew Makuba, that was one of the hardest hits of all of last season by far. Like, I thought Andrew Makuba killed the dude, especially watching that live. Like, me and BK, we were in the building sitting right next to each other. See, that's not bad. That's not bad.
That's high school.
Yeah, that's high school. That's not bad. You can still see the youthfulness in his face there. Yeah, it's still Right there, he looks like Chad Powers. Which I haven't watched that show yet. I heard it's good.
Is it good?
I heard it is,
I mean,
but
it looks so stupid.
I mean, you know, Austin Knights, they're very biased when it comes to Glenn Powell, which I get. He's a legend, ATX legend, Westwood High School, Texas legend. Like, what a run he's been on, by the way.
Glenn Powell?
Oh my gosh. I don't know how McConaughey feels about Glenn slowly like moving him out the way as the face celebrity.
No.
Texas sport.
There's room for the minister of culture. There's only one minister of culture.
Okay. All right.
McConaughey.
I love Matt.
He's part owner of the Moody Center.
I love Matthew McConaughey. Love the dude. Them movies with Drew Barrymore and Kate Hudson. Them special
Those movies are terrible.
What do you mean those movies are terrible? Those are the perfect movies you watch with wifey.
Dallas Buyers Club.
Well, yeah, obviously that.
Wall Street.
Yeah, True Detective. You can't.
True Detective.
You can't count Wolf of Wall Street. He wasn't like a lead or anything.
I know, but he's got that scene.
Yeah, where he's beating his chest and stuff. Yeah. Cool moment. Absolutely. But Matthew made his cake when he was doing this thing with my girl Kate Hudson and Drew Barrymore and them, you know? You gotta make the rom-coms. You gotta make the rom-coms. Every good actor has to.
Yeah. I mean, he's done it all.
He's done it all.
We Are Marshall.
Yeah.
And he's got some sneaky good movies.
Absolutely.
What was the movie where he's the lawyer? Not the one that he did the Grisham. Oh man, with Jamon Hinsu. What was it called? It's like not Amadeus, but I mean, look it up. Yeah, no, McConaughey's the man.
The Lincoln Lawyer?
No.
A Time to Kill?
That was his really big breakthrough movie. But Amistad. Yeah, he was good in Amistad, man. Yeah. McConaughey. Man, he's even done commercials. Like, he did the first Uber Eats commercial where they're talking about how football was invented to promote food. Mm-hmm. Now they got Bradley Cooper doing that, and that commercial's terrible. The one with Bradley Cooper when he's in the boardroom.
What's wrong with Bradley?
No, I like Bradley Cooper, but that's a bad commercial. Like, he shouldn't have agreed to do that. I think because he's such a crazy Eagles fan, he was like, yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
He's talking about Baker Mayfield is promoting baked goods. It was like, it's stupid.
So what's your favorite Matthew McConaughey joint?
My favorite?
Yeah, or the favorite thing that he's in. It doesn't have to be a movie because mine's True Detective.
Yeah, True Detective.
Him and Woody. Oh man. Oh,
I mean, man. His role in Dazed and Confused as Wooderson is legend.
Well, yeah,
but Dallas Buyers Club is like the best acting. That's the best. I mean, the one that he won the Academy Award for. That was. I mean, he dropped 40 pounds.
Yeah,
that was amazing. That was amazing. But if you've ever seen the movie Killer Joe, that movie's insane. That movie's insane. Like, watch at your own risk. That movie's insane. It's one of those, it's like a David Lynch film, but it's not David Lynch. It's just one of those, it's so out there. You're like, what am I watching? But it's a trip. It's one of those movies you can't, it's like a train wreck. You can't stop watching. But yeah, McConaughey, man, the minister of culture. You know what I'm saying? All right. I see him in the green room. Let's bring him right in.
What is his?
John's he's an actor, Hollywood actor. He's got his Screen Actors Guild card. You can see him in movies like Cook County, Secretariat, Spring Breakers. He did a scene where he's a judge with Selena Gomez and a whole bunch, Vanessa Hudgens, and a whole bunch of hotties in a courtroom where he spent all day in there. John, what's your favorite Matthew McConaughey movie?
First of all, so I moved into a different part of the house to see if I could not get frozen like I do with you guys every week for like 15 seconds. So that's why I'm nothing I can do about the back window right now. My favorite McConaughey movie is Mud. I thought he had done all those rom-coms forever. Then he was trying to do serious stuff. And my favorite TV show was HBO, the first.
True Detective?
Yeah. But my favorite movie is Mud. And he did a great job in that. It's amazing to me how many parts he's taken where he's not the lead. It shows his ego, like, say, Wolf of Wall Street. He had a small part, but it was tremendous. You know, I'm sure you and Zay have done that back and forth like this. And y'all have talked about the things that he talked to Leonardo DiCaprio about. It'd make him a good salesman and stockbroker. And there's a lot of, gosh, what was the one shot in East Texas? Bernie. That was another good one. And yeah. I've always thought he's a great actor. And I still, when I must have seen all or part of Dazed and Confused, 50 times. It's on. I'm going to check it out because I'm always amazed at how many people are in it. They're unrecognizable by Ben Affleck, Cole Hauser, all those guys when they were in their 20s. And plus Richard Linklater is one of my favorite directors. So I would have to say Mud, which was didn't make a lot of money, and he did a great job. What is y'all's favorite McConaughey flick?
I mean, Dallas Buyers Club is so amazing. He's so, he lost 40 pounds, but he's just like, I've felt that character so much. I thought that was amazing. And
he won the Oscar.
Yeah, he won the Oscar. I thought he was really good in Amistad.
He was.
I thought
Zay,
that was good.
You got one, Zay?
True Detective. And then if we're talking about movies, I would say, either Dallas Buyers Club or White Boy Rick.
I thought Dallas Buyers Club was just so depressing.
Yeah.
What's the one he did with Gina Gershon and Joe?
Killer Joe.
There was a scene in there with a piece of chicken.
Yes.
That every time I take a bite of a piece of chicken,
I
think of Matthew McConaughey and Gina Gershon. And I can say I've seen literally thousands of movies, and I've never seen a scene like that. And I can't remember who wrote it, but you got a lot of nerve, have a scene like that and ask Matthew McConaughey to do it, but he did it. He pulled it off. And I would encourage anybody that likes McConaughey and they haven't seen him be a bad guy too much, watch Killer Joe.
Yeah, that movie's crazy.
That's a great way to put it.
John, what did you think of the Raiders-Broncos game last night? 10-7. Who had the under?
Are you trying to get people to switch to something else? Why in the world would we want to talk about the Raiders and Broncos with all the great college football, with all the great NFL games?
I love it.
With the Rockets winning 5 in a row after an 0-2 start. And it was it was low scoring. I just watched the Broncos beat the Texans. about 3 on a field goal with no time left. They've won 6 in a row. They're doing a great job, but their defense is carrying them. And the Raiders obviously need a quarterback they can count on, and they need help in other areas. Their defense played great. They cannot get Ashton Jenney going because they're behind so much, and their offensive line is terrible. So that's what I thought about that game.
Well, go ahead, Zay.
The Texans, John, just last week, listened to the Broncos on the game-winning field goal, as you mentioned, and then C.J. Stroud getting hurt. Talk about that a little bit, and then gearing up for this game against the Jags this Sunday.
Texans are 3-5. They've lost 5 games by 1 score, and they have won 3 by double digits. And that game against Denver was winnable. They couldn't score a touchdown. Kaimi Fairbairn kicked so many field goals, now he's out with a hurt leg. So they had to bring somebody in who's like on his 18th team. And the Texans, they had 1st and goal at the 1 and couldn't score. And if they'd scored just 1 touchdown, they would have won the game. They have the worst red zone offense in the NFL. They plummeted beyond New Orleans, which is 31st. They have the only team that's been to the 1 or 2 yard line that scored a touchdown. They have been at the 1 or 2 10 times and have not scored a touchdown. And Nick Caley, the first-year offensive coordinator and play caller, sometimes I think he's the only person in the world who thinks their offensive line can get a push when they're in goal line situation and knock people off the ball, and everybody else knows they cannot. I've been saying on all my shows this week, the Texans offensive line has created the push-tush. You push, get knocked on your tush. And that's what they've been doing. Now they play without Stroud, who has a concussion. He missed this game. It wouldn't surprise me if he missed the Tennessee game. Davis Mills, who's paid good money to be the backup, came in the game, completed a great 30-yard touch pass down the right sideline to Nico Collins, and I thought, wow, Mills is going to play well. Mills was horse you-know-what. And the last drive, they had suspect play calling. People wanted them to run. Why? They can't run. So they tried to throw, incomplete, give the Broncos the ball back with time to kick a winning field goal. So they're getting blasted. They've beaten 2 injury-decimated defenses, Baltimore and San Francisco. And if Stroud were playing, I would think they'd beat the Jaguars, then beat the Titans next week. With Mills, you don't know. When Davis Mills started his first 2 seasons and the Texans were awful, he had several 300-yard games. He won in Tennessee. He beat the Chargers here. He played great. And I think he will play better with a week to prepare in this game. The first time they played, second game of the year, Jacksonville wins 17-10 in the 4th quarter. Stroud was intercepted at the Jaguars 19. Nico Collins fumbled at the Jaguars 10. And then Stroud, as he was throwing, a pass was tipped, and he was intercepted at the Jaguars 4. So that's 3 turnovers inside the Jaguars' red zone in a 7-point loss. Fact is, the Texans aren't any better on offense. They couldn't score touchdowns when C.J. Stroud was playing. And now the joke is this kicker was told by his agent, go to Houston. You'll get a lot of opportunities to kick because they can't score touchdowns. They have to settle for field goals. It'll look good on your resume for when Kaimi Fairbairn is healthy.
Yeah, I mean, the Jags are favored by 1.5, John. You think the Texans win?
No, I'm picking the Jaguars. I'm picking everybody against the Texans. And most of the time I'm right. But if the Texans were to win, it wouldn't surprise me. This is the first time Jacksonville can sweep the Texans since 2017 when Tom Coughlin was there and they ran away with the division, and Deshaun Watson was a rookie. They won both those games. And they're usually close, and I expect this one to be close, probably another field goal game. And his kicker, I can't remember his name, has kicked a lot of field goals, and he's got a good percentage, and he has a 59-yarder. But I can't figure out why he doesn't have a regular job unless he's just trying to compile Southwest miles, because he's been all over the country.
All right, so my Lions, they laid an egg at home against the Vikings,
Big
and now
one.
they're tied with the Bears.
Big one.
And they got to go to Washington and take on the Jaden Daniels-less Redskins.
That should be no big deal. By the way, anybody that saw that Jaden Daniels injury, it grossed me out watching what happened to his elbow. And yet now says he's not having surgery. He's not going on injured reserve. He'll miss this game, the next one, and then he has the bye week, and he might be back. There's not a person out there who watched that injury and thought he would be back this year. It was miraculous. But the Lions ought to be able to win. They ought to be able to win it big. The Lions and Bills, my 2 Super Bowl picks, I'm feeling real good about the Bills now. Lions, not so much.
What have you been shocked about at this point of this season, John, in the NFL? Whether it's a team that's having a lot of success or a team that you thought was going to have a lot of success but isn't reaching that potential quite yet?
The 2 biggest surprises at this point, and they could go down the toilet, is Indianapolis and New England, both in the AFC. The biggest upset to me, there have been a lot, but Carolina going into Lambeau Field and beating the Packers, that's embarrassing. And of all the games that have played, New England going to Buffalo, that was early in the season when we didn't know that Mike Vrabel was going to have the Patriots as being good and respected. That was a big one. But boy, the Panthers are better than the Texans. The Bears are better than the Texans. To me, the Texans right now, when I'm thinking about disappointing teams, I can't think off the top of my head, considering they've won double digits the last 2 years, won the division, won playoff game, and were, favored to win the division again, not go to the Super Bowl, to be 3-5, possibly 3-6, and getting swept by Jacksonville. To me, they're the biggest disappointment in the league, especially when you figure into how bad the offense has been in the red zone, worst in the league.
When you look at that AFC East, can the Patriots sustain it?
They've got one big victory, and that's at Buffalo. They played a very easy schedule because they won, I think, 4 games last year. But Vrabel's doing a great job. If they win this weekend in Tampa, I'm sold on the Patriots now. Not to win the division, but to be a wild card team. And I am just flabbergasted that they're so good so fast. And it helps that Drake May, they have their quarterback. They had more money than any team under the cap. They still do. I tell people in Nashville, they're so down on the Texans. I said, how much money they have available under the cap are the projections? Well, over $100 million. Well, look what the Patriots did. Now, you got to have people know what they're doing. They think that nobody wants to come there. I said, number one, you're coming to Nashville. It's a great city. You're about to have a new stadium. You don't have to worry about any of that. No politics. You got your new stadium. You have a quarterback you believe in, and you have extra draft choices, and you have a lot of money to spend on free agents. That's going to be, and then Mike Vrabel should be your barometer, your benchmark. So no, that's an attractive job to come there. What's not an attractive job is where you're going somewhere that they're always bad. Now, they made a bad decision firing Mike Vrabel, although the same media people complaining about him getting fired were the same ones, including on my stations, demanding he be fired because he was having 2 bad years in a row.
John, when you look at the trade deadline and see the moves that were made, what pops out to you? Obviously, Sauce Gardner being traded from the Jets to the Colts is a big deal for the Colts because they're trying to win now. And then they also traded Quentin Williams to the Cowboys. What are your thoughts on just what the Jets are trying to do, trading former All-Pro guys in Aaron Glenn's first year?
Well, first of all, Zay, A.D. Mitchell goes to the Jets, and ordinarily you would offer condolences to a player going to the Jets. But since he had that dumbass play where he dropped the touchdown before the goal line, he hadn't played but like 6 snaps. So he was in the doghouse. So him getting out of there, he should be so happy. Also knowing next year their plans are to use those picks if they have to and try to get a franchise quarterback. And another thing that the trades did for the Jets, they weren't doing squat with Gardner and Williams. And so why not start over, have more money available? And Sauce Gardner ought to feel like he died and went to heaven. Quentin Williams, he feels like he died and went to what's between heaven and hell? Limbo. He died and went from hell to limbo. And I think what the Cowboys have done is good. It's not going to help them this year. And I think that the Jets, it also got people to stop talking about how utterly pathetic the Jets are and give the fan base and the media hope for the next draft and the draft after that. And Aaron Glenn, after he gets fired, he cannot complain that he didn't have the team he wanted because they're going to make that team in his image. And right now, he hasn't done anything to deserve it. But remember, wasn't Dan Campbell 1-8 when he started? Something like that. So everybody keeps saying, well, before you give up on Aaron Glenn and want him to be fired, remember, everybody wanted Dan Campbell to be fired. He was a kneecap biter. He's a Neanderthal. He couldn't coach.
Oh, yeah. He wanted to bite some kneecaps. All right, John, huge game. Rams at 49ers. What do you think?
I think that the Rams are going to win. The Rams got a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford's playing great. He's playing better right now than he's ever played. 2 of his last 3 games, he's had 4 touchdown passes. They do a great job of coaching. Sean McVay is outstanding. They've rebuilt, they've added, they've got balance on offense. They've got a good defensive line. And I watched the Texans beat the hell out of the 49ers. So I don't think much of the 49ers right now, but I think the Rams are going to win the game. And it's going to be the Rams and the Seahawks going down to the wire because Seattle is very good. Clint Kubiak's gone up there as the offensive coordinator and play caller. Sam Darnold's picked right up where he left off in regular season at Minnesota. And they got balance. They've got receivers. They got a running game. They got a good defense. Mike McDonald, their head coach, second season came from defense for the Ravens. And that team is really good.
Yeah. John, the Ravens go to Minneapolis. Both teams got their quarterback back, and both teams feel like they can make a run towards the end of the season. How do you see this game going, and how do you expect both teams with their quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson and J.J. McCarthy, to finish out the season?
Kevin O'Connell and all these other executives with the Vikings, you think they didn't give a huge sigh of relief after that game? McCarthy didn't have great stats, but they won, and he threw, I think, a touchdown or pass or 2. But now he should feel better. O'Connell's a hell of a coach. There's about 5 or 6 guys in the NFL that are really, really good coaches that every game they're not going to get out and coach, and they have a chance to win every game they go into because they're great. That was the thing about Mike Vrabel at Tennessee. They didn't win every game, but you knew when they went up against teams like Baltimore in the division round, Baltimore heavily favored, they beat them. Derrick Henry ran for like 500 yards, and they eliminated the Ravens. They were always capable of winning, and they were never out-coached. And that's what these teams are. In Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell, everybody says he's a great coach. But, boy, I don't know anybody that's sold on McCarthy at this point. He hadn't quarterbacked enough. But I don't pick against Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. I'm riding with them.
John, the Eagles at the Packers on Monday night. Packers are a 1.5 point favorite. What do you think?
I think I would have been a little bit more fired up about this game if the Packers had stunk it up so bad. They had to get Lambeau Field fumigated after what they laid out there against the Panthers. The Panthers, give me a break. So they'll want to bounce back. They were looking ahead toward this game. I think Green Bay is going to win because I just don't see them losing 2 consecutive games at home, and I don't care who they play. So I think they're going to win. It's not going to be an upset because they're favored by 1. Is that it? 1.5?
1.5.
Yeah, I'm going with them just because I don't see them losing 2 in a row at home.
Yeah. Steelers at the Chargers, solid game in the AFC. Who you got in this one, John?
Zay, I tell you what, that performance by the Steelers was shocking against the Colts because their defense had been such a disappointment. The highest paid defense in the NFL, and they had not earned it. Everybody was criticizing them. And then all of a sudden, Mike Tomlin shows what's made Mike Tomlin great in regular season. And they just beat the hell out of the Colts, 6 turnovers. Colts were fewest turnovers in the NFL, just beat them up big time. Don't know. I'm not picking against the Chargers at home, but they've lost Alt. Alt was out. They were losing. Alt comes back. They win. Alt now is out. I believe that means they've lost Alt and Rashawn Slater, their 2 starting tackles. It's hard if you lose those positions and you're going to go to the playoff. I think they're the 3rd best team in that division, but I still think they can beat Pittsburgh.
The moves that the Cowboys made, John, Quinnen Williams, they give up a 2nd-round pick in 26 and a 1st-round pick in 27. He's 28. Did they give up too much, or was that a good move?
I think it was a good move for next season and beyond. He's not going to help them get in the playoffs. They're too bad. And now they're going to have to replace Marshawn Nealon, who killed himself. And, they were getting him more playing time, had a touchdown in his last game. So they needed to replace Micah Parsons, and now they need to replace him. Fortunately for the Cowboys, this is what shaping up as one of the deepest, most talented, deepest drafts for edge rushers, and that's what they need. Harold, I think his name's Bain at Miami is number 1. Aggie's got a great one in Cassius Howell. They're great edge rushers all over the place, and this is really smart of Jerry Jones to get those extra picks. But on the other hand, does anybody have confidence that the Cowboys general manager is going to make the right picks?
Yeah.
No.
All right. Say you got one more on the NFL. I want to ask John about college.
Yeah, I do. John, what's the Kyler Murray situation going on in Arizona? I mean, I guess he's healthy, but Arizona's saying Jacoby Brissett playing well, beat the Cowboys, and now he's starting this weekend in the division game against the Rising Seahawks. Your thoughts on that one?
They were showing him throwing the ball on the field last week, and they were saying he's going to be ready to play. And now he's on IR, which means he'll be out for 4 games. And Jacoby Brissett has played really well. 2 close losses, not his fault. The victory over the Cowboys totally embarrassed the Cowboys. That had to be one of the worst Cowboy regular season losses ever. So Brissett has been hot before, and then he's flamed out. So there's talking about people. People are saying, well, do they keep Jacoby Brissett next year and trade Murray? And that's not happening. But Brissett has not showed at any time in his career, and he's been on multiple teams, that he's good enough to sustain it when he plays well. Now, maybe this will be it. He'll go to the Hall of Fame, but the fact is they won that game. Now that he doesn't have to look over his shoulder, and I'd love to know what Kyler Murray is telling his dad, Kevin, about it, because he can't be happy, and neither is Kevin.
Well, John, it is a big weekend in college football.
Always.
I mean, BYU and Texas Tech, 11 a.m. out
Game
there.
day.
AT&T Jones Stadium, game day. What do you think happens in this one?
I was watching Pat McAfee earlier. He's already out there, of course, doing his show from there. And I thought if Tech hadn't had to play its backup quarterback, it'd be undefeated. And Tech has done a great job using its NIL money wisely by building the offensive and defensive lines. Right now, they could have 2 number 1 picks as its defensive line. And I think you'll see other teams doing that. As we talked about before, even though the Longhorns offensive line played its best game of the year, I'll guarantee you Steve Sarkisian is going to put some money into offensive linemen in the portal. He's not going to have happen to Arch Manning next year what happened to Arch this year. And Tech has done it right thanks to Cody Campbell. I keep trying to get Baylor to give Cody Campbell an honorary doctorate, master's, whatever it takes, maybe give Baylor $1 billion. And so I hope it's Tech. I don't want BYU to win it. I want it to be the Red Raiders, and there's a good chance this will be the first of 2 games they play.
Yeah. Speaking of Arch Manning, your thoughts on how he's looked as of late, coming off of the concussion protocol. He had his best game of the year against Vanderbilt. Hasn't turned the ball over in a while. Your thoughts there, John?
That fourth quarter, I think I mentioned this last week, in the fourth quarter at Mississippi State, and I tweeted his footballs have dropped, and he's out of puberty as a quarterback, and he sustained it. Now, I told you guys last week, I told every show I was on, I thought the Longhorns would win the game over Vandy decisively. And I was feeling pretty cocky early in the fourth quarter. And then I'm like, my God, did they put all backups in on defense? And when I saw that onside kick bouncing around, and I thought of the 50 million Longhorn alums, or however many there are, every one of them's holding their breath. Now, I don't think that Pavia would have, maybe they would have kicked a field goal to tie it. But it turned out to be a great game. And I don't care how the Longhorns have been winning. The Longhorns have been winning. That's all that matters. And that Georgia game is going to be telltale because, they lose that and then they turn around and lose to A&M. They're not going to be in the playoff. And then A&M would be their playoff. So they got a tough schedule, but they got to feel better about it based on how Arch Manning's played in the last 5 quarters.
Well, and the Aggies are number 3. They're playing at Missouri. Missouri's on its 3rd string quarterback. What do you think about the Aggies?
I don't say they're going to beat them up like they did LSU and Baton Rouge, but I think they'll win this game handily. The Aggies are good. I've been watching Texas since Ohio State. I've been watching A&M unless they play a dog. And I've seen probably 5 or 6 A&M games. They're good. They're good on both sides of the ball. Marcel Reed should be in the running for the Heisman. Nobody ever mentions him. The guy's playing great. He can run. He can pass. He can do it under pressure. And that's why there's so many Aggie quarterbacks around the country. It's amazing, including that Calzone, who's in about 35 and in his 15th year in college football. I think that's his name. And
Zach Calzada.
And then Haynes King ought to be in the Heisman running. He's been tremendous. The U of H quarterback, Wigman, he's been playing really well. Houston plays tonight. And so these former Aggie quarterbacks, thanks to Jimbo, they're bouncing around and they're playing well, but none is playing like Marcel Reed. So I think Aggie's going to beat them pretty good. And I cannot wait till they come to Austin for that last game. I hope both teams win the rest of their games, and that game has tremendous meaning for both of them.
Yeah.
That might be what is the biggest crowd in history now? Was it Georgia last year?
Yeah. Yeah,
Whatever. Think of what if you're a Longhorn, what you could sell your tickets for to the Aggies. Because Texas has been in this situation before. When's the last time A&M was in this situation? They won 10 one year under Jimbo. but no telling what Aggies would pay for tickets to that last game.
Yeah.
You can pay for your whole season ticket.
John Jose has a question. He says, what's your favorite era to cover? 70s, 80s, 90s, etc.
Well, I started working for Dave Campbell at the Waco Tribune-Herald, and I never was good enough to cover Baylor football. I covered McLennan Junior College with Vinnie Johnson, who went on to be the microwave, traveling on a bus around different junior colleges. At Texas, I was same age as the players, and I had so much fun doing that. I would run to a payphone, take a dime out of my loafers, put it in there, and dictate a story before I got on the bus to come back to Waco, and I wouldn't trade those times for anything. And covering hockey here with Gordie Howe. It's like learning hockey. Learning hockey from Gordie Howe is like learning the Bible from Jesus. I had a blast doing that. And I had so much fun covering the Oilers when they won, like Love You Blue in the run and shoot era. But when they left, that part was terrible. And the Texans, they have never been past the divisional round of the playoffs. Every time they've been in the playoffs, they've won the division and lost. And I have fun. The times have changed so much now. You can't talk to players, can't talk to assistant coaches. You got a minimal amount of time, where when it's the Oilers, you can talk to them all you wanted. Coaches, players, whatever. So I would say probably the Oilers and the Bum Phillips, Earl Campbell, Dan Pastorini, the Love You Blue era, 78 to 80, or the run and shoot era with Warren Moon, Bruce Matthews, and Mike Munchak, all in the Hall of Fame. That era was 19. They went to the playoffs in 1987. They went 7 consecutive years. Never got beyond the divisional round then either. But I would say that was the most fun I've had. Back when newspapers had money and you could fly and go wherever you wanted, take as many people to cover. We one time had 8 people from the Chronicle covering a primetime Oilers-Steelers game. 8.
Wow. Wow.
Let me tell you the most fun I've had. When the Oilers left, I covered the NFL for 8 years. I didn't want to cover the Texans at first because I knew they're going to be bad. So I went whenever I wanted in the NFL for 8 years, spent whatever I wanted, wrote however much I wanted. I would go and spend all week with the team, get to talk to coaches and general managers behind the scenes. That was the most fun I ever had. No pressure on getting stories and getting scooped and stuff like that. And in 2005, the Oilers, the Texans' third season, let's see, 2, 3, 4. 2005, their fourth season. I still kept up with them and went to their practices and stuff. But the sports editor, Dan Cunningham, no, the sports editor was not Dan. He'd moved to managing editor. Sports editor Fred Powers said Carlton Thompson, he covered the Texans once, assistant sports editor job. Well, you cover the Texans 1 year. Then you can go back to the NFL. And I said, 1 year? Yeah, they're about to make the playoffs. So I did it. They went 2-14. Don Capers got fired. Gary Kubiak got hired, my all-time favorite coach. And then the bottom fell out of the newspaper business, and I had to stay on the Texans.
Yeah, I'm with you, John. The 10 years I had at the Dallas Morning News covering Wimbledon and all the Masters, those were unbelievable years.
Absolutely.
Did you cover the Olympics?
Nope. I'm just a football guy.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. The largest crowd in Texas football history was Georgia last year. Second was Bama in 22. 105,215 at the Georgia game, 105,213 at the Bama game.
Well, I bet this year that when they play the Aggies, it's going to surpass the all-time high.
Yeah. Well, John, you are the best. We look forward to it every Friday.
Guys, thank you very much. Moving in here in my den, I didn't get frozen up this time, so
solid.
I'll try to dim the light next time. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I will talk to you guys next week.
You got it.
Thank you.
The General, Mad Dog McClain, bringing it like he always does on a free-for-all football Friday.
A lot of games, boy. That's a lot of games, man.
A lot of games. You know what I'm saying?
That's amazing.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
That's good stuff right there. I mean, he's probably right. That attendance for the Texas A&M game on Black Friday probably will set the record. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as it should. I mean, last year was like a movie when the Horns were at Kyle Field, and this year with the Aggies coming to DKR, like still fresh, bringing back that rivalry. And now both teams, like Texas with the opportunity to go to the SEC championship in 24, now seems like A&M's going to have that opportunity here in 25. So not only are you getting that game back, but there's a lot on the line with this game for both teams, and that's what makes it so much more special. So, yeah, I think it's going to be absolutely packed, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah. All right, let's get a couple mentions. We got all kinds of stuff. We got commentary. We got picks. And, hey, y'all know that I am a collector of supplements, that I've tried them all, and I've found my soulmate when it comes to supplements, and that is Humann. The Super Beats Heart Chews, cannot say enough. Clinically studied ingredients shown to promote healthy blood pressure, nearly 2 times more effective than diet and exercise alone. So guys who are, dealing with some high blood pressure, you need to get onto the Humann Super Beats Heart Chews. I mean, I love everything that Humann is putting together, but the Super Beats Heart Chews, I mean, clinically formulated, #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. And here's what's cool about Humann. It was actually founded in partnership with the University of Texas Health Science Center. So it's the same Humann with 2 N's that you've seen on the football field. And I love the Humann products. I take the turmeric the turmeric chews because they're good for, anti-inflammation. I take the Glynocalyx, which is another, I call it their super multivitamin, but it's also promoting heart health and, healthy blood pressure. And here's the thing. You go to Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU, Texas Sports Unfiltered, and use the promo code TSU. You're going to get an extra 20% off your first order. So load up. I would get the Super Beats Heart Chews. I'd get, multiple bags of it. The turmeric chews, which I love because I'm still active playing tennis. Got to battle that inflammation. I like the Super Beats powder, sports powder. That's what all the Texas athletes take. And of course, the Glynocalyx, that's the goods right there. Just go to Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU and use the promo code TSU to get an extra 20% off your first order. And hey, for my guys who are snoring, the Sleep Cycle Center, take advantage of this great partnership that we have between Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center. If you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. You don't even know. Some of you probably are waking up in the middle of the night. And if you are, and it's not because you have to go to the bathroom, it's probably because you woke yourself up from a lack of oxygen. Don't mess around with this. In Austin, we've got a foremost expert in it, Dr. Chad Denman, who has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60, mind you. So he's got the best technology for sleep studies to detect sleep apnea and the best treatment options, including oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open while I sleep. I get that good deep sleep. I'm rested in the morning. I'm not cranky and miserable. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Do it for yourself. Do it for the person sleeping next to you. And hey, cover 3. I mean, we got games tonight. We got games all weekend. We got brunch. How about some brunch? How about you take the family or a date and go get some brunch at Cover 3? The breakfast quesadilla, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. You're right there with all the 11 a.m. games getting going. I mean, you got all kinds of great games at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Georgia, Mississippi State, BYU, Texas Tech. Come on. I love Cover 3. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, how about audiovisual consultations? Our man Tom McKay is going to bring you the best price on big screens. I mean, in Austin, Texas, when you need a big screen TV, surround sound, a media room, a man cave, surveillance, new lighting for a room, electronic shades, only one number to call, 255-8678. Area code 512, of course, 255-8678. Or go to avconsultations.com. All right, Zay. For the chip shot today, I'm going to talk about Texas Tech. Texas Tech. They got game day out there. They got everybody talking about them. Cody Campbell. He put together that, the college act to help save college football. This is a big moment. They're comparing this Texas Tech BYU game to the Texas Tech game in 2008 when Texas was number 1, went out there. I think Tech was number 8, and the Crabtree touchdown happened after a certain interception was dropped. So this is how big this game is for Texas Tech. And look, Tech has been really good all year. The one game they lost was against Arizona State when Baron Morton did not play. It was Will Hammond, the Hutto Hippo, who had played well, but then struggled in that game. Now he's out for the year. So they need Baron Morton to stay healthy, which has not always been the case. And I don't know why, but I think this, I don't know. We'll see. Kalani Sitake, his teams are tough. They play tough. They're hard to kill. But Tech's been destroying people. Like, they went out to Utah and rolled them. I mean, Tech has been really good. They beat Utah 34-10. They beat Kansas 42-17. They beat K-State in Manhattan. They beat K-State 43-20. So, we said going into this season, Cody Campbell's pouring money into the program. They have a new $250 million indoor practice facility. It's amazing. And we said we're going to find out, is Joey Maguire the guy? Like, they're putting all this money into this team. Is Joey Maguire the guy? And tomorrow is one of those games that Joey Maguire gets to show that he's the guy. For some reason, I mean, look, if BYU had Jake Retzlaff, BYU would be even better than they are. But I think Texas Tech wins this game. But, man, is this a big moment for Texas Tech football. Right now, Texas Tech has better odds to win the national championship than Texas. I think everyone would say that Texas Tech is the best team in the state of Texas right now. BYU.
Probably A&M.
Yeah, A&M. Yep, A&M.
Oh, God, this sucks.
Yeah. But hey,
oh no.
That's why this off week is so important to Texas. They need to be in the lab cooking up all kinds of potions and notions and game plans and motivations to come out of this thing and make a late push. But yeah, man, I mean, A&M going to Missouri. Can that kid Zollers shock the world?
They gonna light his ass up.
Cassius Howell's going to be wearing him like a cape.
Oh, poor guy. Third string QB. Come on. Yeah, they gonna light his ass up. It might get rough. I'd give homeboy at least 30-something carries. What's my man's name? Ahmad Hardy.
Oh, yeah, Ahmad Hardy.
Yeah, Ahmad Hardy. I'm giving homie at least 30-something carries.
Yeah.
Sorry, bud, but it is what it is. Ain't no way that quarterback's going to get it done tomorrow. So, yeah, one of my favorite players, and we don't talk about much because we don't talk about BYU much here, but Bear Brockmeyer rocking the 47. I like dude, man. He's tough as hell. Only a freshman. He a virgin. So he out there running with all that testosterone built up. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong being a virgin, by the way. I'm not saying that in any negativity now. We just know how BYU gets down for number 47. So we'll see. Kalani Sitake, you mentioned how tough he is. Their offensive lines are always good. And LJ Martin, he's one of the better running backs in the nation. I don't know how healthy he is. He's a guy that's been banged up a little bit too. And on the other side, you got my man, the Crockett Cougar, Cameron Dickey, running crazy. So that defense with Tech, I think it's just going to be too much. And then the home field advantage, the game being in Lubbock, Rodriguez is a dog, man. Bailey's leading the nation in sacks with 11.5 a game. Money well invested. If you talk about Cody Campbell and what they've done at Tech, it's just, can they all put it together? If you're a Texas fan, you want BYU to win just because then it makes it a little harder to put a 2-loss Tech in the Big 12 championship, because if both teams go in with one loss in the Arlington, both teams are getting in the college football playoff, which it is what it is. But I'd rather BYU win this game just so Texas Tech could have an uphill climb on trying to get back to the college football playoff. And then, I don't know what that would mean for Utah. But, yeah, Big 12, this is the game of the year for the Big 12 right now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jake Retzlaff is playing for Tulane. I mean, he got accused of sexual assault in a civil case, and BYU was like, yeah. I mean, he said, she said, we don't know. But Retzlaff, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this Bear Bachmeier, he played running back and linebacker and then moved to quarterback. And he's like, I'm keeping my number as a running back linebacker. He's like Doak Walker out there wearing 47.
No, I like it, man. We need more like that, like football player. That's what that tells me. I ain't a quarterback coach. I'm a football player. However we need to win this game, I'm about it. If I got to run it 25 times, so be it. And they run him too. He ain't afraid to run. But, yeah, I think the Red Raiders, they're going to pull this one off, unfortunately.
All right, let's get to the right call and then to the picks.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. It is the weekend. You want a fly vehicle to drive around the ATX on the weekend. You got errands to do. Everybody has things to do, and sometimes you can't get those things done because y'all are putting money into cars that have been done for so long. Stop doing that. You're probably thinking, wow, I can't afford a car right now. You'd be surprised. Because Collier BK, they will work with you. New, pre-owned, they will find whatever fits your budget and get you back on the road and something that looks good and something that feels good, because that is very important for you or your family. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, Ram, Jeep, GMC, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. If you want to check out what they have online, to go to covertbk.com and see all the latest specials and inventory there. Nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep. So good news. Tony Allen, even though he got arrested, I think the driver is taking the fall for the cocaine.
Got to have a fall guy.
Got to have a fall guy. Now, they have video footage of the arrest. Okay, Tony Allen, you're not in the league anymore, bro. You shouldn't be wearing Memphis Grizzlies stuff. This is the last thing the Grizzlies need right now, is for you, even though I don't think Tony Allen did anything wrong. We're putting this on the fall guy. But, yo, Chip, when he's getting pulled over, he's in full Memphis Grizzlies gear. Like the gear that you would get if you're on the team still, like the hoodies, the sweats, like he's about to go play again. And it doesn't look good. He's crashing out in the video, which I get. Like, you're getting pulled over. You're somebody like Tony Allen, who he has his own podcast. He's a part of the media now. You know, you can hear him in the video saying that I don't deserve this. I don't even know this guy. The story's nuts, because somebody was supposed to pick him up from the airport. Instead of calling an Uber, his team got this random dude to do it for the Lolo. The dude's a freaking cokehead, had the white girl powder on him in the car of Tony Allen, gets pulled over. Tony Allen had the chronic on him, smelled like the chronic. You know these officers and how it goes. Oh, can we take a look around? They find the cocaine, and luckily enough, the fall guy, you could hear him on the video cam saying, hey, please don't put this on Tony. This isn't his fault. I am taking full responsibility for everything in the car. Tony Allen had nothing to do with it. So Tony's going to get out free. I think Tony's going to be all right. Everything's going to come down on homeboy, as it should. So you were right, Chip. You were right. The Arkansas PD, Little Rock PD, whoever the hell pulled Tony Allen over, Tony didn't do nothing wrong. Wrong place, wrong time situation. So shout out to Tony Allen there. So this is a wild story. So you remember former starting Kentucky quarterback Zach Calzada. We talked about him today a little bit with John. Zach Calzada, who is riding Pine right now. Cutter Boley is the starter. Zach Calzada, according to the Googles, allegedly got paid $1.25 million to go play at Kentucky this season. He got into a heated argument with somebody on social media or Twitter saying that he's a joke, going off on them. You know how folks talk, Twitter fingers, these bad guys behind a keyboard. Well, Zach Calzada said, nah, bruh, you ain't going to make me look stupid. I'm out here living the dream. I'm the backup quarterback. I'm getting paid, and I'm going to show you how good my life is. And Zach Calzada did that by making this video.
Hey, what you need to do, Garrett, is your ass need to stop hating and go get you some money. But since you ain't got nothing, you can go ahead and you can count mine. Let's go. Hey, let's count. Let's count. Let's count. Let's count. Let's count. Come on. Keep counting. Don't lose count, Garrett. Don't lose count, Garrett. Don't lose count, Garrett. Straight hundreds. Straight hundreds, Garrett. Don't lose count, Garrett. Don't lose count. Come on. Don't lose count. Man, your ass can't count. Ooh, Garrett. Hey, what your ass need to do is stop hating and go get you some money, Garrett. Go get you some money, Garrett. Go get you some money, Garrett. Go get you some money. Go get you some money. Go get you some money. That's your whole monthly paycheck right here, Garrett. That's your whole monthly paycheck, Garrett. Go get you some money. Go get some money, Garrett. Go get some money. That's what you need to do.
Go get you some money, Garrett. Oh, Kentucky. Really, man? This makes Kentucky football look so bad. This makes them look so bad. Again, according to the Googles, paid $1.25 million this season to go improve Mark Stoops' record and hopefully get some wins in the SEC. Didn't do that. Not only did he not do that, he got benched while doing it. And whoever Garrett is, Garrett was the one to call him out, where Zach Calzada felt obligated to make this corny-ass, ridiculous video of him flashing a ton of money, by the way, which is nuts. But, like, if you're Mark Stoops and you see that, what do you say? Like, we're not winning. Clearly, that investment.
They won last week.
Huh?
They won last week. They got Hugh Freeze fired.
That's right. They got Hugh Freeze fired.
10-3.
Yeah. But
10-3. Not a lot of offense.
But, like, what do you do with that, though? Because bad investment. The boosters at Kentucky thought that this was a good investment. They thought this guy would help the program. And he's not. He's a cancer in a way. Because this video is nuts. I've never seen nothing like this before. And where is Zach Calzada from? Where did he get that hood in his voice? Where did he he's listening to one of my favorite young rappers, Rio, the young OG, out of your neck of the woods, Detroit, which Detroit's known for some of the most ignorant rappers out right now. So that doesn't help. It's not like he's listening to Will Smith or anything. So, yeah, I've never seen nothing like it. CB says, Calzada just apologized.
Yeah, CB, Chris Bennett, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, says Calzada just apologized.
It don't matter.
There's no coming back. CB also said that Quandre Diggs was just cut by the Tennessee Titans. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
All right. You ready to get to the picks?
One more thing. Got one more thing to show you before we get
my bad.
One more thing, real quick. Michael Jackson biopic is coming out in 2026. Who's playing Michael Jackson is his nephew, Jermaine's son, Jafar Jackson. Check out the preview real quick, the trailer.
I know you've been waiting a long time for this. The tracks are made. The songs are ready. Let's take it from the top. This is your story. Honor your past and embrace the future. That's what people want.
Q, can you lower the lights for me, please?
Okay, but remember, in here, keep those feet still, my man.
Yeah, you got some Motown in you, being from Detroit. You see Quincy Jones. I don't know who's playing Quincy Jones, founder of Motown, but not bad. But I'm picky on biopics, man. That Jafar Jackson nephew looks like him. I don't know when Mike turns white. I don't know how they did him there, but we'll see. Or maybe they don't even get
Barry Gordy.
Barry Gordy, that's it. Barry Gordy
was the one, who got him going, and then Quincy took over.
That's right. I always get those guys confused.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Barry, he loved him some Diana Ross.
As he should. How can you not?
Loved her.
Yeah, the
All
rest
right.
of the names weren't getting the cut. Diana, yeah, she was the star.
Yeah, she was a star. All right. Last week we both went 3-3 in our picks, so we got to have a winning week. You ready?
Yep.
All right. You going first or me?
I'll go first.
All right.
Yeah, my picks are all chalky. So I'm going with Texas Tech to cover. I think they're going to beat the brakes off BYU.
Okay, so Texas Tech minus 10.5. Is that what you got?
Yep.
Okay. I will go with Iowa.
Oh,
Let me have Iowa to cover. I think they keep it closer than 6.5. I
okay.
think that's what it is. Let me double check it.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. I see 6.5.
6.5. Okay, Iowa plus 6.5. And give me Vanderbilt in the bounce back over Auburn minus 6.5 at home.
All right. Not bad. I got A&M minus 6.5. I think they're gonna beat the hell out of what's my man's name? Zollers.
Bowlers.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have a rough go. Poor guy. So give me the Aggies there.
You want to give me your last one?
Yeah,
You want me to go?
I got it. For some weird reason, I think LSU, they're gonna lose, but I think they could cover that 10.5. And
LSU plus 10.5 at Bama.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's high. I think they're gonna play motivated, losing their coach.
Well, give me Navy plus 27.5.
God,
Notre Dame. Come on.
I can't
think
see there.
I think the midshipmen can keep it closer than that. Maybe they lose by 21, but not 27.5. Just saying. All right. On to the NFL. You want me to go first or you?
I'll go first. I'm a little torn with this game. My Colts, my Falcons. You know, I love me some Collier. I'm gonna go with the Colts minus 6.5. It's in Berlin, by the way, the Berlin game. So Sauce Gardner, he's gonna bring some juice. Give me the Colts.
Okay. Give me the Cleveland Browns minus 2.5 at the New York Jets.
What?
Yes. I think my man Myles Garrett. Remember, the Jets are coming off. Didn't they just win?
Yeah.
They won't know how to handle it. Give me the Cleveland Browns minus 2.5. While we're at it, give me the New York Giants plus 4.5 at Chicago. That's probably a crazy pick.
It's the NFL, you know, you never know. Especially with what the Panthers did last week to the Packers. That's a good pick. I'm gonna go with the Matthew Stafford heater. Rams minus 4.5. And then I think your Lions are gonna beat the brakes off the Commanders. No Jaden Daniels. Your Lions are pissed off. So yeah, let me get it. Them Lions minus 7.5.
Minus 7.5. You know what? Give me the Seahawks minus 6.5 at home against Arizona. Arizona's horseshoe fell out of their backside after beating the Cowboys. So there we have it. All right, let's bring in the fellas, Patrick and Matt. Open up the gym. What's up, guys?
What's
going
up,
on,
guys?
you guys?
Always
Oh, man.
ride with the Matthew Stafford heater. This is his MVP season.
Yeah.
Isn't that
He's
crazy?
also my fantasy quarterback. So
Well, me
Isn't that
too.
crazy?
hey,
That's so
he's-
amazing.
we're the same age, and the idea that he can run around throwing a football every day, and then the idea of how I feel on a day-to-day basis, it's crazy.
I feel that.
Man is 37 years old, and he's spinning it like he's his best days in the league. Hell, they might be
Yeah.
right now. All right, fellas, we'll let you get after it. Appreciate you. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Appreciate you guys. We will see y'all on Monday. Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. And over there on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and of course on YouTube. If you're over there on YouTube, make sure to give us a like and a subscribe. Welcome in to an open bar, Open Gym Friday. If you've got your drinks, cheers to you. Having a good one here on a Friday afternoon. Matt, it's a bye week, easier week for you. You still got to watch some other games, but is this a household weekend more for you now? Do you have to? Is there amount of chores that have to pick up in a weekend when there is a bye week?
No, not necessarily. We're gonna go to watch the games in the morning. Probably the BYU Texas Tech game, whatever else is on TV in the morning. Somewhere outside because the weather is beautiful for the next 3 weeks, maybe. And then we are gonna go. I'm gonna come home, do the A&M game, and then go out to the dinner with. We're gonna go out to dinner with some of my friends on Saturday night for some Mexican food. So it'll be good.
There you go. It's not too bad. Is anybody letting me know in the chat if anybody's got good bye week plans other than just watching football? Because that's what most of us are gonna still just watch football for most of it. But if you got some good weekend plans for a bye week, now that you don't have to do anything, if you get roped into, does the significant other make you do something? Do you have to now? They're like, look, you have no excuse, and you're like, but there's other games, I gotta watch them. We're gonna get into some of those other games as well. We're gonna talk about some of the playoff scenarios for Texas, different ways of what could happen depending on if they win and if they lose. After we got the first college football poll, also wanted to look ahead a little bit, maybe at the roster, see where Texas is going to need some help, where we feel they're already doing pretty well in that department. We'll do that today as well. CB says he's doing more renovation. CB, I feel like you've been working on that renovation for a while now, but you got to do it in a bye week. Got to get it in because the other Saturdays are taken. We'll also talk some Texas basketball. They play again this weekend. Texas women play tonight against number 24 Richmond. I was looking more into that today. It's pretty interesting. It's a little interesting, the scenario of why Richmond is ranked number 24. We got our picks to come up. Matt's Bourbon Banter later in the day. We've also got, we're just going to go through all the slate. Maybe we'll get into Spurs and Rockets. They play tonight, starting off the NBA Cup tonight, Matt. That kicks off tonight. So you can watch some NBA Cup action as well for the Rockets and the Spurs. It's a good match. Rockets Spurs is a good matchup.
Yeah. Are the Mavs still 2-6?
I know they haven't been great. I know they have not been great. They're dealing with something similar to the Rockets too, is neither one of them really has a point guard. The Spurs dealing with it a little bit because Dylan Harper got hurt. And so you have Steph Castle who's playing really well. De'Aaron Fox, though, supposed to be back tomorrow. So that's really good news for the Spurs. If you get De'Aaron Fox back, that'll be really nice to get him back. Yes, 2-6 Mavericks, 2-6, taking on the Grizzlies in NBA Cup action tonight. So you'll be able to watch. So that is another game tonight. That one's on. The Spurs game is on Prime Video.
You're going to have to remind me. Does the first two questions? First
Yes.
question: does the NBA Cup count toward your regular season record?
Yes. So
Okay.
all of it, but the last 2 games of it. So all of the other parts are regular season games. And then they do basically the tournament at the end. And so I think those like last 2 games don't count. But every other one, all the people who make it in, then everybody else gets scheduled another game for that, I believe is how it works. And then like the semifinals and finals, maybe extra games that are in the semi cover. Maybe it's just maybe it's just the last game. I don't know. But yeah, the ones during the regular season are all regular season games, but you get the weird courts. Not a huge fan. I'll show a picture of it later of the Spurs court. But they do the themed court for everybody for the cup play to make it look different. But I'll pull that up later in the show. We get into that. Yeah.
Well, my other question for you, just real quick, then we can move on. I understand that the Mavs are 2-6, which is the worst record in the Western Conference, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. Does defense still win championships, Patrick?
No, but we heard that from Jason Kidd. The problem with their defense is their offense.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
So the problem with it, so the defense wins championships. You just need to have offense to have defense.
Yeah.
No, and also,
concept.
as much as everybody hates to admit you need point guards, you do need point guards. I don't know why. I don't know why that narrative started that point guards are not valuable. And I think it's because it's analytics. And it's one of those things that analytics can never prove. That analytics is like, well, all you need is 3-point shooters and you'll be able to win a game. You're like, well, how do you get people open shots? Yeah, stop letting nerds run the league. Somebody who knows it. I mean, and look, they have 2 point guards now. They traded for D'Angelo Russell, but they don't have one starting. And Kyrie Irving, when he comes back, just like the Rockets, they have Fred VanVleet, but they don't have that other backup. The Spurs have 3 right now, and they're struggling when Steph Castle's not in the game. So it is hard to have enough that are ready to go. And CB, I'm with you. I do like the Fiesta courts and jerseys they just put out this week. They show the city edition. They went back to some of the Fiesta colors for the Spurs. So I do like those. I'm a fan of those. The NBA Cup court is just, it's too dark. It's black and silver, which I get black and silver, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of any of the courts they do for NBA Cup play. It's just silly to me.
I think that the Spurs need to go back to that turquoise.
Yeah,
color.
Fiesta colors. Yeah, Fiesta.
Is that what it is this year?
No. So that's their city edition. It's a black jersey and then it has like the Fiesta colors on it. But yeah, no, the Fiesta colors are the best. Everybody loves them.
Yeah, those are sick.
Yeah, so they're got that, like that's got the stripe of that on there, I think, on there for the Fiesta colors, and then the court has a lot more of it for the city edition. I'll see if I pull all that up here later in the show, but let's get into talking about Texas football a little bit more, as we like to do here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Talk a little Texas football, get into some of the other games around college football too, as Texas isn't playing this week, but there's still plenty of action that's going to matter. But Matt was telling me earlier today he's found that there's is it the Allstate playoff predictor, Matt?
Yes, the Allstate playoff predictor on ESPN.
Okay. And it basically helps us get a vision of what Texas' future could be, depending on, because they have the really weird part of playing 2 top 5 teams right now. Now, we don't know. Both Missouri and Georgia I've seen on different people I've watched and listened to and read about that, but some people have both of them on upset alerts. But how much of that is real and false, we'll get into a little bit later when we start talking about that. But Matt, walk us through a little bit more of what you were finding with this and the fun of this, to kind of project what would happen, the 3-loss Texas scenarios, pretty much.
Should we pull it up on screen share?
Yeah.
I think that would be fun for the YouTube crowd. Let's see if this works. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, perfect. So this was updated today. You can basically pick any team, and then you can pick whether they win or lose their next few games. You can pick if they make it to the conference championship, those kinds of things. So we can go through a bunch of different scenarios here for Texas and see what happens. We can choose the winner of the next 3 games. So let's start, Patrick. Why don't you tell me which games you think they win and which games you think they lose?
All right,
Or how you want to,
I'll tell you what. Let's start off with we lose to Georgia. Is there any shot we still have? What shot do we have if we can then win Arkansas and A&M?
Okay. Does Texas make the SEC championship? Probably not, with 2 SEC losses. And then it says they still have a 60% chance to make the playoff. You go down to the playoff bracket, and lo and behold, with a win over or a loss to Georgia, win over Arkansas, win over Texas A&M, it has Texas as the number 9 seed. That's against crazy, Auburn. Man. Against Oregon in the first round.
So who gets knocked out in that?
This also has Oregon winning the national title. It doesn't say necessarily who gets knocked out. We could do process of elimination. It looks like BYU is knocked out in this scenario. Virginia wins the ACC. South Florida is the group of 5. Oregon still makes it. Ole Miss is still in there. It looks like Georgia is not in here. Oh, no, they're number 4. I feel like we're missing somebody.
Texas A&M 7. Ole Miss is out, right?
No, Ole Miss is 5.
Who are we missing? Let me go back and look at my college. Is Alabama out in this one? No, Alabama's
number 2 seed. Ohio State's number 1 seed.
I mean, Notre Dame's still in there too. I don't know who got knocked out for Texas to be the 9th seed.
BYU looks like
BYU got knocked out, and I guess that's the one who gets.
And all the other teams are the same, yeah.
Yeah, so I find that hard to believe that nobody jumps Texas if that's the case. Because again, if Oklahoma wins out and Texas loses one more, Oklahoma probably still gets in above Texas.
Well, yes, but this is taking those things into account. Yeah. So this predictor thinks that Alabama beats Oklahoma.
Okay, so we see.
And this predictor thinks that BYU probably loses 2 more.
All right.
So let's go up.
They'll still. All right. So this predictor has it. So we'll then say Texas beats Georgia. Texas.
Well, I got to reset. Okay. Yeah. Texas beats Arkansas and beats them, or loses to A&M?
No, and then loses to A&M. Because we know what happens. If they win, they're in, right?
Yeah. But we can still see where they're seated.
Yeah.
So in that scenario, they have a 62% chance. Somehow it's higher. And if we go down to the bracket, they have Texas as a number 10 seed against Ole Miss. My nightmare. And then they have Alabama winning it all. It looks like BYU is also knocked out in this scenario as well.
Yeah, so they're just not relying on BYU, and they're like, Texas is going to make it in if they just beat one of these 2 teams. I think this may be a little bit slighted to whoever you're picking. I'm just guessing. Let's go back
with a different team.
We can. Let's try it if we were to beat A&M and Georgia and lose to Arkansas.
Whoops. Hold on, I screwed that up real quick. Let me go back.
Oh, geez.
So Texas beats Georgia and A&M and then loses to Arkansas, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. That would give Texas a 65% chance to make the
so we're all – look, if you lose one more game, you're still at 60% is what this projector is making.
And in that scenario, they have Texas making the semifinal, beating Texas Tech, Alabama, and losing to Ohio State.
I do not want to lose to Ohio State in the semifinal again. That is not what I want to do.
That would be brutal.
All right. I mean, I'm not necessarily agreeing with this, but yeah.
So
if they win all 3,
they have a 99% chance to make the playoff, 70% chance to get a first round bye, which is exactly, or in this one they have Texas and Indiana in the semifinal. Indiana winning it all. Yeah, this predictor really likes Oregon to beat Ohio State.
It really does. I mean, it likes.
What's happened a couple times.
A lot of weird stuff, but yeah, so this only puts. See, this is why Texas only gets the 6th seed. If I think if they win all 3 games, they're ahead of Alabama and Ole Miss. They're definitely ahead of Ole Miss if they win all 3 games.
Maybe. I mean, if Ole Miss is 11-1. and Texas is 10-2, I'd find that.
I don't know. I still think they might get ahead because they'll have like really good wins at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's possible.
And Ole Miss doesn't play anybody else.
They would have them playing Georgia Tech in the first round. This one has Georgia Tech ended up winning the SEC. Should we do this for another team, Patrick, real quick?
All right, let's try. Let's see. What about? Let's go with Oklahoma first.
Okay.
Oklahoma wins out.
If Oklahoma wins out, they beat Alabama, beat Missouri, beat LSU. In that scenario, they would still have 2 SEC losses.
Yeah, so we'll say they don't make it.
So they don't make it. 99% chance to make it.
All right, see who knocks out on this one, though. See, it knocks Texas right out.
It knocks Texas. BYU probably. BYU's not in here either. Utah makes it as a result of this.
James Madison somehow gets in now.
James Madison is what is their record? Aren't they really good this year? They're 7-1. Their only loss is to Louisville. So it's possible they could be the group of 5. It's possible.
So, but that all right. So that'll put Oklahoma at 7. Texas doesn't even get in at this point. I'm assuming they're saying we're losing one of our games.
Probably
to have that happen. But just curious.
And then I want to do one more at least.
All right. Well, let's hit Vanderbilt real quick.
Okay, where's Vanderbilt?
Vanderbilt wins out. Are they
Vanderbilt currently has a 20% chance to make it.
All right, they went out. 76% if they win it. Like that's what I'm saying. I think these odds might be a little bit skewed.
Well, I mean, I think this is taking into account like what the odds are that these teams have to win their remaining games.
Yeah.
So ESPN's predictor model doesn't think Texas is going to beat Georgia.
That's true.
So,
but again, they said if we don't beat Georgia and beat A&M, we're in.
Well, they did. But
so
this also has Vanderbilt winning the national championship if they win out. So I don't know how much I believe that one.
I think this may be a little skewed to what you pick, man. I think it may be.
All right, let's see what happens with Ole Miss. They beat the Citadel, they beat Florida, and then they lose the game that I am more scared of than any game on the history of this planet. A 10-1 Ole Miss going into Starkville to take on the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Ooh, it's close.
59%.
But they make it as a 9 seed.
You make it as a 9 seed. Of course, Texas does not make it.
Yeah. Anybody in the chat want me to pick anything else? Like I can, but this is interesting. You may be right about it. Slanting. Let's see what happens if Texas loses their next 3 games. Just to test this theory.
Just to make sure it says 0.
Yeah. 1% chance.
Oh, less than 1%. Yeah.
Less than 1% chance. So they don't make it. Okay.
Yeah. No, we get that. Yeah, 4-loss team is not going to make it in. All right, wait. Let's go to Ohio State and go all 3 losses.
3 losses? Okay.
Yeah. And say no.
Better luck next year.
No. Okay. So 3-loss Ohio State does not make it in.
I would like to see where they land if they win Michigan, though. Yeah. And they still make the Big Ten championship. That's 100%.
Yeah, of course. 1-loss team, they're still getting in.
4 seed. Yeah. Okay. Any other scenarios that you would like to see me put in here?
I think we're good right now. I think we've gotten a few good ones. Tim Bruce says that looks right. OSU winning. Yeah, no, I do. I like that, Matt. I think it's fun to kind of look through that, but I do think it might be a little bit skewed to be favorable to the team you're picking because Texas was not in anybody else's bracket that we looked at, right?
Yeah, but I think it also assumes that Texas is going to lose to A&M and Georgia.
But we're favored against A&M, right? At least bookies wise.
Yeah.
Maybe not ESPN wise. We were
but I just think that's I don't know, maybe.
We'll see more of that.
When I did it with with winning. Oops, I did that backwards. With beating A&M, or I mean, with beating Arkansas but losing to A&M in Georgia, it gives Texas a less than 1% chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, but that's a 4-loss team too. A 4-loss team's not making it. So I think the easy money is no 4-loss teams will be in this playoff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Matt. I wanted to get into this. I appreciate that. I like that a little bit. But I wanted to get into this thought since it's a bye week about returning players for Texas. Of just, we'll just kind of touch on it now, do like 15, 20 minutes about this. But kind of just looking around the players that Texas is going to have to replace. And I kind of want to get your viewpoint and people online. By the way, if I miss one, feel free to point it out and feel free to call me out. I think I made a comprehensive list of who's going to be out, but I clearly could have missed somebody or who's eligible to be drafted and who may actually go. I didn't take every sophomore who was eligible. I took every sophomore who has a snowball's chance of actually leaving. You know what I mean? That very small chance to leave. But I want to see if you have opinions on if Texas really needs to go for the portal for this, or if you think they may be able to replace this in-house, Matt, to see how much portal action they may need. Because we've heard Sark say, we do not want to live in the portal. We want to dabble in the portal. We want to bring in less than 10 guys, probably closer to 5 is what we'd like to bring in. Now it's a little bit different because last time they brought in a few, for the first portal and then brought in a couple more in the second portal. So now you got to bring them all originally. But I think around 7 to 10 is probably most likely. But he basically said in one of his press conferences, we don't want to we want to keep our culture. And if we bring in too many transfers, it's harder and harder to keep that culture year to year because now you're putting too many more people into it and people at top positions. So people who stayed and believed in the culture are not going to get playing time, or a transfer is not going to get playing time. And it brings unrest into the locker room. So that was his reasoning for not bringing a ton of transfers. So I just thought, all right, hearing that, I kind of put this off until the bye week. But let's look at our starting seniors. So the guys that you're going to have to replace in one way or another this next year, because these are all seniors. Their eligibility, as far as I know, is done, which is on the offensive line, Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell. Michael Taff is on that list. Travis Shaw is on that list. Trey Moore, Hero Canoe, Jalen Gilbo, Ethan Burke, and Cole Brevard is who I have on my seniors list of guys that are playing minutes for Texas right now, playing snaps for Texas right now. That gives you 3 guys on the defensive line that are going to be gone, 2 guys on your offensive line that are going to be gone, 2 guys in your secondary who are going to be gone, and then Ethan Burke as one of your edges as well. 2 of your edges as well, and Trey Moore and Ethan Burke. So at the end of the day, your defensive line losing a lot. It's 5 different people across your entire defensive line. Offensive line losing 2 more. We know you got to pick up some people in the transfer portal this year because you may lose more than that. And then, of course, in the secondary, Gilbo and Taff. I'll start in the secondary because that's kind of the most interesting of who may be on this team already. If you're really playing in the transfer portal for your secondary, Matt. But the thought is Michael Taff is very irreplaceable, but we know Jelani McDonald has another year. He is going to be he's a starting junior, so he's draft eligible. Malik Muhammad also draft eligible. He is a junior, so he will be draft eligible as well in that secondary. So if we look at those, Derek Williams technically also draft eligible, by the way. Throw that in there. I don't think he's least likely to leave, but you could see Jelani McDonald leave. I wouldn't expect Jelani McDonald to leave. I would expect him to play his senior year. You never know, depending on what happens, but I would expect him to come back another year and be the guy in the safety. Manny Muhammad, I think, is more likely to leave after his junior year. Now, he could stick around and try and move up, but we'll see. So those 2 big ones are big. What do you think in the secondary they're going to have to do? Kobe Black, Warren Robertson maybe haven't been exactly what they want. You're going to say you're giving him another year before this. Grayson Littleton has stepped up a ton. You have some good safeties in Phil Simi. You feel good about Jonah Williams coming up and being better in his year 2. What do you like in that secondary for how many portal guys you feel you probably need to replace, losing a big chunk of leaders, especially if McDonald goes?
Well, I guess I'll start with safety. I think Jelani McDonald's probably going to go.
Okay.
That's just my personal opinion. I think that he's incredibly coveted for his athletic ability, his physicality, and I think he's a really smart player, and I think the NFL really likes what they see in Jelani McDonald. So I would expect him to go. So I think you're going to have to replace both starting safeties in some way, shape, or form. Now you have Derek Williams coming back more than likely. Xavier Filsaime coming back. You have Jordan Johnson-Rebel. You have Jonah Williams. You have Zealous Hicks as well, who's a very talented freshman who has not really seen the field this year. I don't even know if he's gotten in for a game. I have to go back and check snap counts. I think what you do at safety is you probably find one portal guy. I think that, you obviously have to rank these positions that, in terms of how much money you're going to spend to try to bring in a top player if you can. So I think that you comb the market for a really good safety, a smart safety, somebody who maybe is Andrew Makuba-esque, perhaps. Really heady guy, physical, can play both in the run and the pass game. I think you're good with one. If you go to the portal and you grab one guy, maybe two, but probably one.
They've gotten a safety in the portal a couple times because Makuba's one. They got Jalen Catalan before that at a different time. So they've gone to the portal for safeties to bring in some help there. It does feel, especially if McDonald goes. The question is Jelani McDonald a 5th round pick? Is he a day 3 guy that could maybe move up to a day 2 if he stays another year? Or is he a day 3 guy that's going to stay a day 3 guy?
I think he's a day 2 guy.
He may move up to be a day 2. I would say he's a day 3 guy right now, but I think he's on that edge. I think he's like a 4th round pick, but I don't know if he's a 2nd, 3rd. I just don't know if he's quite there yet.
I mean, I haven't talked to any NFL scouts or anything. I have a feeling that he's going to be a day 2 guy.
I think he can be. It also kind of depends on how they finish their season.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if this secondary continues to give up big plays, it's not helping his draft stock at all.
No, but
he was out.
The secondary comes out and Jelani McDonald gets a pick against Georgia.
Yeah.
Has 10 tackles and doesn't give up a big play against Arkansas, and then gets a pick against them. Very good shot that his draft stock starts to soar.
Okay. So if you look at that, and I do think his stock has gone up a ton this season. I just don't know if I think he was probably like a late draft pick going into this season, and now he's moved himself up into a high day 3. He may have moved into a day 2, but we'll see that one if he decides to go or decides. Again, that one also, it does fall into how much do you like school? How much do you want to leave? Are you, are you willing to, if you believe in another year, come back and go, look, I'm making more money than I'll make on my rookie contract this season.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making plenty of money at Texas. So that's always a question with guys of, if he is a day 3 projection, I think he'd come back. If he's a day 2, I think he leaves. So that will be, but that's really hard because you won't really know that until well after the portal closes.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So that's a different one. So I'm with you. I think you have to go get a safety out of there. What about DBs, man?
In terms of corner, I think that Manny Muhammad's gone.
I do too.
I think he could conceivably be a 1st round pick, maybe a 2nd round pick.
Yeah, he's definitely down too.
Yeah, and you obviously lose Jalen Gilbo as well. So that leaves you with Grayson Littleton, as we've talked about, Cade Phillips, who's played well. He's a true freshman, so he'll be here for a couple years. Kobe Black is there. Warren Roberson, Wardell Mack, and Santana Wilson, I think, is still on the roster.
Yeah.
So I think, and none of those guys, well, Grayson Littleton does. He could be a star, not the position star, like a star
he could be
player.
a star, yeah.
I think Cade Phillips also has that ability to be a really, really good player, and I think he could take a big jump in his sophomore season. I still think you probably need to go out and get a guy who's a little bit more experienced. I'm not saying go out and get like, a big money guy, but like you remember how a couple years ago they got Gavin Holmes, and then I think they got the guy from Sacramento State or whatever the year after.
Yeah,
just like another.
And I'll say
experienced
that DB wise, they have gone out a lot and played in the portal for it, like been on somebody's list and been there, and they just haven't always gotten them. So they've aimed big a lot of times. And my guess is in the portal this year, you're going to have your main guy and then maybe a fallback guy. I will also say, I think you're also going to try and give Dwayne Aquina a chance to go out and get somebody.
Yeah, and
you brought back Dwayne Aquina now, and he didn't really have a say in what you got this year. So maybe go get him a Dwayne Aquina type guy, maybe someone he's coached at Arizona or somewhere else, or someone he recruited before that now that he's at Texas, he can go get. I think that you'd look for that. So I think you take a DB and maybe a second one that's, a sophomore or somebody who's younger, but I think you take one more experienced DB.
Yeah, and I also think that one of the things that I think we have to consider in this entire scenario as well is that they've got a couple corners coming in the recruiting class as well. One of which is Samari Matthews, who's a very talented guy. But I do think they need to add somebody with experience, just somebody, because not a lot of these guys outside of Kobe Black and Grayson Littleton and Cade Phillips have a ton of game experience right now. So somebody who's a little bit more experienced, I think, would be good.
All right, now we're looking. Let's go to linebackers. We'll stay on defense. We'll go to linebackers. No seniors, but we do believe Anthony Hill is gone. I don't see any. He has got no way to improve his stock anymore, really, for Anthony Hill. So he seems like he is going to be gone. Leon Galafau is also a junior and is able to leave. So you could lose both of those linebackers who have played a lot of snaps for you. Those are two linebackers you could lose this offseason. You do have Ty Anthony Smith, who you like, but you also have a 5-star top-of-the-line freshman coming in at linebacker. Yep. You have some good players. You have some good guys on the bench. Is this a position you bring anybody in, or do you trust your recruiting and coaching at linebacker with the possibility of losing two? But Leon Galafau may say, this is my opportunity to be the leader of this defense and boost my draft stock up as well. I'll stay here for another year after Anthony Hill, kind of that shadow of Anthony Hill disappears, and maybe I'll be that dude afterwards.
I think this is kind of similar to corner. I think Anthony Hill is gone, obviously, but I think Lafau and Ty Anthony Smith are your starters next year.
Yeah.
Elijah Barnes and Jonathan Cunningham are going to be able to play next year, so that'll give you some depth. I think Brad Spence could play in kind of a Trey Moore kind of role this year, where he's playing Sam linebacker and also putting his hand on the ground and rushing the edge. And he'll be back. Tyler Atkinson's coming in. I think they're trying to get another recruit to flip right now from Florida State. So I think they'll be okay there. But if you can find an experienced guy that doesn't cost you a ton of money,
that's a world. I'm not putting him down on our list because I think this is a very picked and chosen linebacker. You're not looking for a linebacker, but if the right linebacker is there, you'll make a phone call.
Yeah, exactly.
And
hey, maybe Whit Weeks enters the transfer portal. You never know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's staying there, or he has to enter the transfer portal because Lane Kiffin's going to kick him out, right?
He's going to Ole Miss so he can.
When LSU
Lane and
no, but I thought when Lane Kiffin takes the LSU job, he's going to kick Weeks out for dating his daughter.
Nah, he'll just go pro in that scenario.
All right. Let's go down let's start with the edge room then on the defensive side of the ball. You are losing Ethan Burke. You're losing Ethan Burke. I know Colton Vosick is technically eligible to go. He's it's not. I didn't even put him on my list because he just hasn't played well enough to be in that conversation yet. I do think Colton Vasek as a transfer out portal guy is a possibility. I hope it's not the case, but I do think it's a possibility.
Who is that? Sorry, I missed that.
Colton Vasek.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just because he hasn't really gotten the opportunity here, and next year should be it, but depending on how he feels about how this year goes. I have no information on that, no idea. But if someone else comes calling and maybe calls a high school coach or somebody and says, we're going to give him playing time and let him come in and go. So I don't know, but I will say we do know that Ethan Burke is going to be gone. Trey Moore is going to be gone after next season. Trey Moore, who takes a little bit to get warmed up into a season, but they are both going to be gone. I think that's all you're really losing on that edge room, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should be bringing back just about everybody else. Colin Simmons, Lance Jackson, Zena Zulu, Brad Spence, Colton Vasek, as you mentioned.
Depending on where you play Justice Terry.
Yeah, that also, he could very well play Ethan Burke's position next season. You also have 5-star Richard Wesley coming in.
Yeah.
I think they're also trying to flip the kid that committed to Baylor. Jamarian Carlton, I think, is his name. So we'll see what happens there. I don't think you need to bring anybody in on the edge. I really think that this room's going to be just as stacked next season with some of these younger guys taking a step forward and the recruits that you're bringing in.
All right, let's go look at our interior defensive line. So Travis Shaw and Cole Brevard are both seniors. Those are your guys in the backfield, not playing as many snaps, but important parts of your defense. Hero Canoe being a much more important part of your middle interior defensive line now. He is gone. I don't believe there's anybody else. Is Alex January a redshirt sophomore? Did I leave him off my list? Or is he just a regular sophomore?
I think he's let me look.
I thought he was just a regular sophomore. What class was he in?
I think he's a regular sophomore. Yeah, he's a regular sophomore.
I didn't have him on my list, and then I was just thinking about that. I'm like, has he been here that long? I didn't think he did. So you're really losing 3 guys, one who's very important to you right now in Hero Canoe, and then 2 other guys for that depth. And Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw are good, but they're guys that are, again, you can, I don't know how to say this, but they're not necessarily your superstar guys where it's been like you lose Byron Murphy and you lose Trevondre Sweat or anybody of those guys. Those ones were much bigger issues when you lost them. I think you can replace them, but I do think you are going to have to get a DT, maybe 2 in the portal. What do you think? Do they have enough depth there of young guys now that you're not losing your front line? You may only get 1, or are you going to try and get 2 in this?
Well, in my opinion, Hero Canoe has a very good chance of coming back. That doesn't mean he will.
Does he have another year? I thought he was a senior.
I've heard that he could come back. Yes.
Okay.
I think he's got another year of eligibility left. He can come back. Whether or not he wants to, because he's been really good this year, I think he can get drafted, is another question. But I do believe he's still eligible to return. You mentioned Brevard and Shaw are going to be gone. So the names that they still would have left are Alex January, Murad Watson, Justice Terry, but I think he's going to move to the edge probably. Then you have Levon Johnson, who you also brought in the portal this year. Melvin Hills, who I think is a redshirt freshman, maybe a redshirt sophomore. And then last year's freshman, Josiah Sharma and Myron Charles. And then you have a few guys, I believe, coming in the recruiting class. Rodney Cleveland.
Hero Canoe is listed as a senior, but he did redshirt his freshman year, so has another year. I don't know why he's listed it that way. That's silly to me. He's a junior then. He's a redshirt junior. I don't know why you would list him as a senior, but all right, whatever.
Whatever. Rodney Cleveland, James Johnson, and Corey Wells are all coming in the recruiting class. So I think in theory you could add 1 more. If you lose Hero Canoe, maybe 2. But I think you definitely need to come up with a scenario that, like, Murad Watson is not Cole Brevard. He's not a 330-pound whatever. So I think if there's a guy out there who is that body type, who's a big space eating kind of nose tackle, Tavondre Sweat type player. I mean, he's not going to be as good as Tavondre Sweat, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think you go after somebody like that. Otherwise, I think you're probably fine. So 1, maybe 2.
Okay.
But probably 1 for me would be okay.
So we'll say out of our defense, Matt, out of the entire defense of what we feel you would need in the portal right now is a safety, a DB maybe 2, and a D lineman maybe 2. So we're talking at max 5 players in the entire defense to replace it, but as little as 2, maybe 3, if you want to.
I've got it written down as 4. For me personally. Okay. No, I have 1 safety, 1 corner, 1 linebacker, and 1 defensive tackle.
Oh yeah, I didn't put linebacker down because I think there is. If you want to say the linebacker, you can go get him, but I feel like that's kind of in a different realm of we are looking for a linebacker versus. If the right guy is there, we're going to go make an offer on him.
Yeah. So we'll say 3 to 4 defensive players.
Yeah. 3 to 4 defensive players most likely is all you're really taking there, which leaves you some wiggle room on the offense, which Lord knows you need it. But here's a big difference. Not as many seniors on the offensive side of the football that are playing minutes for you. A much younger offense for you. Because we talked about it. You're losing Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell. Both those guys will be gone. That's your only 2 starting offensive seniors. The only 2 that you're actually for sure losing are Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell. That's it. That's a crazy thing when Texas has been losing so many guys. You don't have the senior wide receiver. You don't have the senior offensive linemen really that are great players. You don't have the senior running back. You don't have any of those positions. So you do go down and look at these starting juniors. Connor Robertson is one. I can't imagine he is leaving. Like, do you think Connor Robertson is going to leave after the season?
No. The only scenario I could see him leaving is if they brought a guy in the portal at center to start.
Yeah, no, I could see him portal leaving if they were like, you're not starting next year.
Yeah.
We're going to get someone better than you. Then, yeah, I could see that. But I'm saying I'm putting that into a different pile right now of I think Connor Robertson is not going to the NFL. We'll say that. He's not going to the draft.
No.
So he's not going. Jack Indries is also a starting junior. So he has another year of eligibility at tight end in that offensive line position. That's a little bit questionable if he will go or not. DeAndre Moore is a junior. DeAndre Moore will have the question, does he go or not? His draft stock's probably not fully where he thought it would be. Could go up in these next couple of weeks. He is a type of player that would get drafted, but maybe not where he wants to be, and maybe if he spends another year, but a lot of young guys behind him as well. Trey Wisner, also a junior, could take the opportunity to move on to the next level if he wants, if he has another big season and finishes with a flurry against Georgia and A&M in Arkansas, may take that and say, guys, I did not think this was going to be the opportunity. So we know those guys are there. CJ Baxter is draft eligible. Arch Manning is draft eligible. Ryan Niblett is draft eligible. Trevor Gooseby is draft eligible. So those are your redshirt sophomores who are all draft eligible. Out of that, Gooseby could go. I feel like he probably has another year in him in college because I think if he plays another year, especially with a better offensive line from the beginning, he could really, really boost his draft stock from maybe day 2 guy that's a day, like a second, third round pick that you're not sure about, to a day 1 guy, a first round draft pick. If he plays another season of playing really well, I think he could escalate himself there. So I would think that he would come back, in my opinion. CJ Baxter also in that world. I think he's coming back just to prove that he can stay on the field. He's going to be a big deal. I think every single draft scout he's going to talk to is no one's going to take you before the 7th round, if that, because no one believes you can play more than 3 games this season.
Yeah.
So until you show me you can, we're not wasting draft capital on you. You may be great, but you see how we draft running backs? We don't know you're going to be any good. We haven't seen it yet. So I think that one's there. Out of the other guys that are juniors, DeAndre Moore's a big question mark. Trey Wisner's a bit of a question mark because, if he does well again, it's hard to, be the starting running back in the college football for 2 straight seasons on a winning team and then keep coming back. He may want to. He may be too small that they don't necessarily think he's at the next level. He'll be there. DeAndre Moore is in that position of how much more do you have to prove? Maybe starting off the season injured wasn't the way he wanted to go. And so depends how he finishes, I think. And Jack Injuries as well has definitely not had the season, may hit the portal again. If, he's not happy with where he's at, there's other players on this team. Or maybe he understands if this starts to click at the end of the season and we go into that. And we'll say, we've said from the beginning, we don't think Arch is leaving after this season. I think if Arch stays as well, you could see some of these guys come back to go, okay, well, next year we can really figure this out. So we'll start on the offensive side of the ball. Let's start in that wide receiver room, Matt.
Okay.
You maybe did not have the experience you needed, especially early in the season, but now you're going to get a Ryan Wingo back with 2 years under his belt. We don't know. Well, I'll get your thoughts on DeAndre Moore. Emmett Mosley's coming back. Then you've got a plethora of young guys that will have another year and a whole year of learning under them. Dalen McCutcheon will be another year better. You've got a lot of talent. Do you think if DeAndre Moore leaves, portal wide receiver, or do you think you're good no matter what at the wide receiver position right now?
I think they're good. I really do. Regardless of what happens with DeAndre Moore, there's a ton of talent in that room. Wingo, Livingston, Mosley, McCutcheon, Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, Jermaine Bishop's coming in. The other freshman, what's his name off the top of my head? Chris Stewart is coming in. So I think you're good there. There's a scenario I could see where they add one, but I find it very hard to believe that they would do that, especially if DeAndre comes back. So yeah, I think the number is 0. I don't think you need to do anything at the position at all.
Okay. What do you think about DeAndre Moore? Do you think he leaves or stays?
I think he's leaning coming back. I think that if he came into this season and he was catching 7 or 8 passes a game and was, close to 100 yards a game, that would have been a harder decision for him. But he really strikes me as a leader of the program type guy who's going to want to come back for one more year and try to get this team a national title. And yeah, Jake, I understand the idea of like a Cam Coleman if he left Auburn. I don't think they would do it. I think that you have to remember that you have to prioritize your money in the transfer portal.
Yeah,
and there's a position, or there are specifically one position where I think they're going to have to invest a lot of money this offseason.
Yeah.
So I don't think that they want to spend a ton of money going out and getting a Cam Coleman or, some other DeCorian Moore or,
I think that's a really good point because we could see some really good wide receivers get in, but the bidding on that is going to be insane. So I agree with you, Jake.
Mm-hmm.
If Cam Coleman calls you, it goes, discount. I want to come play for a winner. I want to play with Arch Manning. Get me out of Auburn. I'll play for $500,000 a year. You don't set the phone down until he arrives in your building. I'm with you. Mm-hmm. But he's probably going to be several $1 million.
Yeah.
And a portal transfer edition because of how good he is and what he can mean to a team. And I agree with Matt. You don't necessarily have that money to give out when you have Ryan Wingo, when you have, but look, I love Cam Coleman as much as anybody. Don't get me wrong. But I'm with Matt. I think it's a good point. Salary cap wise, as we say, it may not be able to work. All right. So let's look at that tight end position then, Matt. So we're saying we don't need to look at anybody at wide receiver, which I agree with you. Look at the tight end position. Jack Injuries is a question mark. We don't know, but a lot of young guys. The deepest tight end room they've had in a while of a lot of different options. Spencer Shannon maybe hasn't worked out the way they wanted. He just hasn't quite figured it out. Maybe he was expecting a little bit more playing time, but hasn't really earned it on the field so much. But Jordan Washington's looked good at points. Townsend's looked good at points. They've had, Emery Winston has looked good at points as well. So we say they have a lot of guys they feel pretty good about at tight end. And possibly Jack Injuries coming back. It doesn't feel like this is one you really need anybody either, right?
No, I think that you're at another 0 here. And I think Jack Endries comes back. He hasn't had the year that he thought that he was going to have, more than likely. So I think he wants another year in the system to boost his draft stock, and he'll be back. So you've got 5 guys already that are good, and 4 of them are true freshmen. So I think you're okay.
Let's move over to the running back position then. Running back position. Trey Wisner, who knows? CJ Baxter, we assume comes back, but you don't know about the health. Its health has been an issue for everybody in this running back room. You lost Jared Gibson. Christian Clark and Simon have both played a little bit, but really have kind of phased out now that CJ Baxter is back. So you have some young guys you feel good about, not necessarily the guy. You have some more transfers coming in, or some more, recruits coming in. You've brought in a couple running backs. You've got a 4-star in Derek Cooper coming in.
5-star.
It's 5-star. Sorry, he's a 4-star, what I'm looking at right here, but he's maybe a consensus 5-star. Yeah, 5-star Derek Cooper that you have coming in the running back position. Is there some way you look? If CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner go, I know you look then, because you were not expecting those 2 to go. So maybe you have to look there. I don't know, but I don't think you're looking for the star necessarily in the running back room. You're more looking for, do we need some depth in that running back room? Because we just seen year after year it get beat up.
Yeah, I personally believe Trey Wisner's coming back.
Yeah.
CJ Baxter as well. Derek Cooper is going to play next year for sure.
Okay.
He's unbelievable. Like, you talk about running back, like a freshman running back who's different. Derek Cooper is different. They still have James Simon. They still have Christian Clark. They still have Ricky Stewart. You may have a transfer portal casualty somewhere in there with those 3 guys. I wouldn't necessarily bank on it, but it's possible. I would probably think about adding a player.
Yeah, I think that,
for depth's sake, and he has to fit what you do, right?
Yeah.
I don't want it to be a situation where they go get who's that guy they got from SMU that never ended up
Velton
playing?
Gardner.
Yeah, Velton Gardner. It'd be a waste of time.
He got hurt too,
like
right?
I think he might have. Yeah,
I think he got hurt because he was on the injury report, and we're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, so I could see them adding someone, especially if there's like. So here's kind of the way I look at it. You've got the power guy with CJ Baxter.
Yeah.
You've got the shifty guy in Trey Wisner, the incredible freshman in Derek Cooper. I wouldn't mind seeing them add somebody who's more of an explosive play threat in the vein of Jaden Blue or Keelan Robinson. So there you go. So if someone like that's out there that you can add, I think that would be a good get. I would just, again, be careful about how you prioritize that.
No, I agree. I think that is definitely, they are the running back position. It feels like the budget for the running back position, we talk about budget for wide receivers, it feels like the budget for somebody you would get is much smaller than a lot of, you know what I mean? It's the lower end running back where you're like, we like you, but maybe we'll go get like a D2 running back or somebody like that you can put into that rotation and maybe take up a level, or at least a group of 5 running back that maybe wants to play at a higher level. Maybe you go get somebody like that. You're like, well, this guy could be good. We like his tape, but we just don't know. So let's bring him in and use him for depth.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you get a boutique back out of that as well. Maybe you get a guy who is, really fast or something like that, where you try and spend the money. You go, look, this guy is he's going to get 4 carries a game max, but we can use him in some other scenarios. Maybe in screens, we could use him a little bit more.
That's right.
Let's then go into, by the way, I think we forgot to mention the wide receiver / running back. Ryan Niblett is draft eligible as well. So I don't know if he goes. I don't know what the value is for a return specialist at this point. For Niblett, he has definitely now become a return specialist. at least in the NFL's eyes, because of, some electric punt returns and big moments. But that depends on what, I would assume he's coming back to try and have a bigger role in some point. But whether that's a wide receiver running back, that tells you another spot that is possibly filled by somebody, and a guy who, when we say the boutique back, Ryan Niblett maybe form more into that kind of guy where you have him. So interesting piece on that one as well. We'll quickly hit quarterback. This feels like you shouldn't have to, right? You're bringing in Diabell. KJ Lacey's there. Trey Owens, we're assuming he's transferring because he is not really in the picture anymore. We're assuming Arch Manning is coming back. So we're just going to quickly go through quarterback. You don't really need one, right?
Yeah. KJ Lacey's probably going to be the backup, and Diabell's the future. So I think you're good.
All right. So that leaves us one position left, Matt. And I left this for the end because my man Chandler text line said this is the most important to get in the transfer portal. We all know this has been a year where we've talked about this a lot, but look at it. Cole Hudson, DJ Campbell, both seniors, both leaving. Trevor Gooseby, draft eligible. Connor Robertson, draft eligible. I know Trevor Gooseby could technically go. Could say, screw this. I want to get out of here. I don't think he will. We're hoping his brother comes and joins him next year. Austin Gooseby has not announced his decision of where he's going to go play basketball. So his younger brother could be joining him at Texas to play basketball as well. We assume he'll be back. You assume you have a left tackle. Brandon Baker, we don't even know if he's going to start next year. It could be Kojo at right tackle. Could be somebody else. But you feel like maybe your tackles you're not necessarily looking at as much. You were definitely looking at the guard position, and you're possibly looking at the center position. And you may need some depth too. What do you feel about the depth of young guys that are learning this season that you feel may be able to step up into that role next year? And what is of dire need to take this team and this offensive line to the next level?
Let's start with offensive tackle because that's going to be easier. So I'm operating under the assumption right now that Trevor Gooseby's back. He's going to start at left tackle. I think that Brandon Baker is probably going to be back and start at right tackle. He's made some serious progress the last couple of weeks. If he continues on that trajectory, he's going to be very good. He'll be okay. Kojo will come back next year. He'll be your backup right tackle probably backup right tackle. I would assume that Nick Brooks moves back to tackle after this season. As soon as they play their final snap, they go up to Nick Brooks and they're like, "You're back in the tackle room."
Yeah.
He'll probably be your backup left tackle. You're also bringing in John Turntine III at tackle. You're also bringing in Max Wright at tackle, 2 true freshmen. I think you may add 1 tackle, maybe 2. I don't know what Jaden Chapman's eligibility is. I can check that real quick.
I mean, I didn't have him on my list, but
he's 3rd year. I think he's a redshirt sophomore, so he's back in that room as well. I think you're probably okay at tackle.
I think you're okay.
You could add 1 guy.
Because the deal is you worry about injury again, but I think once you bring back Andre Kojo, how Trevor Gooseby's been playing, we know Kojo was originally slated to win. Now, granted, now that we've seen what the line is, it didn't necessarily mean that he was great either. It just meant he was better than what Brandon Baker was to start the season. But I think with Brandon Baker with the year of experience, Kojo being able to come back from injury, Nick Brooks having another year and maybe moving back in that tackle room, learning what he's learned. I don't know if you're going to spend the money because tackles are expensive. Again, that money and what you're trying to bring in and what you're trying to, put in there. I don't know if you go out there and, again, this may be a tackle that you bring in that's a lower level, that's a younger tackle, that's not somebody. I don't think you bring in a senior tackle because they're not going to play.
No.
Hopefully not going to play.
Hopefully, yes. I think you're on track there, especially if they flip the LSU commit Martinez, who's a tackle. I think you're fine there. You've got enough depth and talent there, especially with Kojo healthy, that you're going to be okay. And now this all assumes that as we move into the interior, that you find enough talent and depth there in the portal to make sure that like Brooks or Kojo doesn't have to move in there, and then that would cause like a cascading effect. But I think tackle 1 max.
Yeah.
So that, I guess that brings us to interior.
Brings us to our interior offensive line. Yes.
Cole Hudson gone, DJ Campbell gone. Then you have guys like the Coleman twins, who I think Devin Coleman? Devin Coleman and the other Coleman, I don't know. They're big dudes. They're very physical. You have Connor Stroh. You have Jackson Christian. I don't know that any of those guys are going to be necessarily ready to go next year.
Coleman?
Jordan Coleman and Devin Coleman, yeah, I think. Okay. I don't necessarily know that any of those guys are going to be ready to go. And then at center, you also have, oh gosh, what's his name? He's a true freshman this year, I think. Give me one sec.
Daniel Cruz?
Yeah, Danny Cruz. I don't know that any of those guys are ready to start. Connor Robertson, you would assume, will be your starting center, at least at the beginning of the year. I think you need to bring in a center to compete with him for the starting job.
Okay.
And whoever wins. But I think you need to do that. Starting caliber center, even if he ends up being your backup. And then in terms of the rest of the interior, I think you need to bring in 3 to 4 guys. I think you need to bring in at least 2 starters for each guard position, and maybe another one to be like a rotational guy. If one goes down, then for a couple plays, you can put him in on the right side and then flip him over to the left side if the other guy goes down for a couple plays. But that's where you need to spend the most, not necessarily the most money, because I don't think a offensive guard is going to cost you as much as like a wide receiver or a corner or a safety.
Yeah.
But that's where you need to focus most of your attention, because that has obviously been the weak point of the offensive line this year, specifically on the left side. So go get 2 or 3 guys in there, maybe a center, and you're probably good to go from there. And you can find starting caliber guys. I believe one of Indiana's starters was at Notre Dame last year as a starter. There's already a guy from Oklahoma State.
You'll be able to find somebody.
Yeah, I think already a guy from Oklahoma State who's really good in the portal.
I think you have to have the money. I mean, Penn State's going to have guys in there. Florida's probably going to have some guys. And Florida's, a lot of guys are graduating. LSU, you might be able to poach somebody off of. Auburn. Like, there's going to be teams that have some decent players that you may be able to go get somebody. But that puts it to, where's your money going? And I think a lot of the money of transfer money is probably going to go to the offensive guard search first, and then safety search would be where I go with it. Because at the end of the day, this is what I have written down. I have a safety. I have linebacker, maybe 1. DB, you want a DB, maybe 2. You want a interior defensive lineman, maybe 2. Running back, maybe offensive tackle, center, and for offensive guard, 2 to maybe 3. So if we just look at these straight up, what you would get without the maybes.
It's 7 guys, 8 guys.
Right where we're saying in that 7 to 10 guys. And this is why I thought the idea was fun was, when you think about it, and people were talking about this earlier in the year, and we're going off on, well, we're going to have to bring in all these players. And the idea starts to be 15, 20 guys coming into the program because you're having to do it. We just went through the whole roster, who's leaving, who's still going to be here next season, and we got to 7 to 10 guys. Right where Sark wants it to be, right where it's not messing you up, right where it's affordable. I think Texas is still very much on the right track roster building. They just missed a couple in the portal this year where they should have gotten some guys on the offensive line.
Yeah. And it seems like they're going to be able to escape that mistake for now.
Yeah, we'll see in the next couple
with Cole Hudson. Yes, but we're definitely going to see over the next couple weeks. Either way, 7 to 10 guys, that's about where they have been in the past.
Yeah.
It's about where they like to be. Every single one of the guys that you bring in is probably going to be a starter or a key rotational piece that's replacing a big time star or whatever that's leaving.
And like, you're also going to be looking for the next Murad Watson kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like the Murad Watson, where you're like, you're not necessarily a day 1 starter, but you will be a start. You're a sophomore or a junior, an Emmett Mosley guy. You may not be a day one starter, but you're a sophomore. And we trust what you're going to be able to do. And we want to, we were recruiting you maybe to begin with. And now that we're going to bring you in, we're going to give you playing time this year. And then next year, when you're a junior, we expect you to be the guy to go. I think you can bring in a few of those guys as well. So maybe the 6 of those guys are, juniors and seniors, and 3 or 4 are sophomores and sophomores, or maybe a redshirt sophomore that you have, and you go, okay, we can use you and build you for a couple of years.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that it's like with Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw, they really needed to bring in 2 seniors who were ready to go right now. But next year, I mean, you may do that at offensive guard. The rest of it is going to be, you're going to be here for 1, 2, maybe even 3 years. And you're gonna grow with our program. And I think that's the right approach. I mean, that's what the good teams do. You don't see Ohio. I mean, you see Ohio State get a bunch of guys in the transfer portal, but you don't see them get 15. You see them get 10 to 12, and all of them are good, and most of them stay for a while.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. So that's I like that, Matt. A little experiment to do during a bye week on a Friday. I hope you all appreciate it. If you have any ideas of who you really want to see them get in the portal, I know Chan said O-line and D-line. D-line's not that bad. There's a lot of returning guys on that D-line. But if you have any position you think is the most glaring need, we know it's offensive line, but any other positions that you really want them to see you try and go out to get, throw that in the chat. We're going to come back. A lot to get into in hour 2. We've got Matt's Bourbon Banter. We have Texas basketball. We have our picks to make. We could go NBA basketball if we have time. We have all the other big games happening this weekend. Tons and tons to get into in hour 2 of the show. We'll race through it as fast as we possibly can to get through it in the next 50 or so minutes before we turn you over to the weekend. Cheers if you are having a drink out there with us on a open gym, open bar. I know it's my Spurs cup. It's hard to see that there is some adult tasty pops in there. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes with starting hour 2 of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Hour 2. Lot to fit in. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, the text line's open 512-222-9328. And over on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. We appreciate you hanging out with us on a Friday afternoon. If you're having a drink with us, getting your weekend started, cheers to you. If you're not, you're still working. We're with you. We're working, too. I'm just having a drink while I work because the boss has told me to. Apparently too grumpy when I'm not drinking. Some action happening this weekend in basketball. I want to get to that. But first, what we do here every Friday on the show before, to have some fun and before we get to the weekend and enjoy some adult beverages on the weekend. Matt gives us a little bit of class and tells us about a different bourbon each week that we could enjoy if we so choose. Matt, what do you have this week for Matt's Bourbon Banter?
Well, Patrick, I want to give everybody a little bit of a warning for this one.
Okay.
I don't typically
Fireball.
No, I don't typically go for something this spicy. I'll say that.
Okay.
But if you're going to drink this one, drink it responsibly because it will hit you in the face. I went with Old Forester single barrel strength. You can see I've had a little bit of it myself. I had 2 glasses of it and I could barely drive home from my buddy's house. I almost called an Uber. That's what it was. It was one of those. It is out of Louisville, Kentucky, the Brown Foreman Shively Distillery. This one is a very, very hefty 129.5 proof, which means 64.75% alcohol. Yeah, that'll hit you. It is aged at least 4 years, as most bourbons are. 72%. The mash bill is 72% corn, 18% rye, 10% malted barley. It MSRPs for around $80 to $90. It can be a little bit more expensive depending on where you go. I found this bottle for around $100, I want to say. So it's not too terrible, but it's a little up there. But Brown Foreman announced in early 2019 that they would be enhancing their retailer single barrel program. Old Forester's 90 proof single barrel will no longer be available. Instead, it was replaced with a 100 proof and barrel strength single barrel version. They're also redesigned the bottle label to the label that more closely resembles the brand's design. And the barrel strength versions will range from typically 130 to 135 proof. This one is 129.5. The nose is a little bit tame, not overbearing. Kind of some cherry flavors in there, some apple, a little bit of cinnamon, maybe I want to say, and some oak. The palate is potent, I would say, with some pecan and some oak, some cherry in there, perhaps. And it hits you. It really does. It's very bold, very spicy. The finish is very long, very hot, very oaky. Some caramel, some pepper, a little bitter, but I tend to like it, and it packs a lot of heat. I'll say that, and it is not something that you necessarily want to mix either. This is definitely a rocks. I highly recommend rocks, as in ice. Like, don't drink this thing neat or you will hate your life. But on the rocks, when it's cooled down a little bit, get some of the water mixed in there to kind of open it up a little bit. It's delicious. On my scale, which I will now pull up, it's not my favorite that I've ever had from Old Forester, but I give it a 6.5. Very good, especially if you like the higher proof stuff. If you like the higher proof stuff, this one's going to be right up your alley. if you're a little bit more of a novice bourbon drinker and you don't like it too spicy or too heavy, I would avoid this thing at all costs because the first sip I took of it, I was like, oh, but then it kind of gets you in after that. So yeah, Old Forester single barrel strength. Give it a shot. Give it a shot.
I like it. Thank you, Matt. Getting a little spicy today.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to up it with if you want to pour the drink for everybody that makes, and then if you can just stone face it while you drink it and watch all of your friends sit there and be like do that fun thing when you do it, that maybe be the drink for you to get some Old Forester for you. Appreciate that, Matt, for Matt's bourbon banter. Let's get into some basketball talk real quick before we get to our picks, Matt. Not a ton to go into here. Texas is playing the Lafayette Leopards, who Texas ends up playing tomorrow. There's no line on this game as far as I know. They're supposed to win. They're a heavy favorite. This is a team that can shoot some threes. They like to turn you over. Texas should not have a huge problem with this game. If they do, we'll have to restart. But expect them to go inside a little bit more than you saw them against Duke. Because Lafayette's not going to be able to stop them in the paint quite as much as you saw against Duke in game one. But I think you're going to see Texas just got to play good perimeter defense, and this game shouldn't be too much for them against the Lafayette Leopards, Matt.
Just win. That's all you got to do.
And also home opener, so go out and support your Texas Longhorns at the Mood. And then an interesting one I saw about Texas playing the Richmond Spiders. I was trying to look up how the Richmond Spiders were 24th in the country in women's basketball. And what basically you find is that Richmond, when everyone is trying to figure out what they're doing, really invested into women's basketball. And we're like, our lead thing is going to be women's basketball. Our second thing is going to be men's basketball. But all of other sports, like these are the sports we are spending money on. They have a few donors to put some NIL money into it. And they basically were able to recruit pretty well last year, start to build something, then keep all of those players who played well and bring in some more help. So now they're starting to be pretty good, and they have a lot of returning players where a lot of the teams now, if you're a decent player in women's basketball, you end up on one of the top 10 teams in the country. Like, you don't necessarily, like, you go to one of the better schools. Richmond actually has kept their talent in-house, and that's how they've been able to do it. Maggie Dugan is the girl to know on the Richmond Spiders when they played tonight. She's 6'2". She's the girl going to be inside. Texas has been pretty good at handling this. I still think Texas wins by plenty in this game, but maybe a little bit more of a challenge because they do have some more experienced players. They have a little bit better roster than a lot of other people in women's basketball, but I thought it was interesting that this is part of the NIL world where everyone's so focused and there's money being thrown all over the place in which program gets this, and we got to put all of this money in football and then men's basketball and then baseball. And they were like, screw that. Women's basketball is going to be one of our forefront programs. So we're going to put a lot of this NIL money in there and put our name on the map because the Richmond Spiders are ranked for the first time in their history in the preseason. Never been a ranked team. They're number 24 in the country. We'll see if they're able to stick with that. But that's the plan. Let's have because now our college is going to get more notice than it, if we're 75th in men's basketball. It doesn't do the same as being 24th in women's basketball. So it's an interesting approach, man.
Yeah, Texas is favored by 22.5. I think. I think they'll still win comfortably, but that's a cool story for Richmond. I mean, I like how these smaller schools are investing in different programs to try and like take them over, and move up. And I like schools investing in women's basketball. They deserve it. So
also, by the way, I love a smaller school being the Spiders. It just seems right because you're like, we're little, but you're still afraid of us.
Yeah.
You get it. It's like you're not the Richmond Titans or something like that. You don't have to be that, but Richmond Spiders, you are a very frightening, tiny thing. that is what you are, and I think that is a fantastic thing for a smaller school to be if you're number 24 in the country. I appreciate the Richmond Spiders is what I'm saying. I hope we beat them by 40, but I appreciate the Richmond Spiders.
Yeah. Go get him. Get some Raid or whatever the spider spray is, and go get after him.
Do not spray that in the stadium tonight, please. Let me see. Where's my sheet at? All right. Let's get to some picks here, Matt. Let's get to some of our picks for this weekend. I gave you 6 picks, 4 college, 2 pro for this weekend. We did not do well last week, Matt. We got to rebound again. We were both 2-4 last weekend, hence putting us at you at 27-37, still in the lead. I am at 24-40. By the way, before we get flack, I have to put this notice. A lot of programs are not manly enough. They are the Indiana of programs. I'm calling out Chip and Zay and everybody else. They pick games they want to pick because they don't necessarily pick the harder ones every week. We go out and pick harder games every week to make it harder on ourselves because we want to be great, guys. We are the SEC. We may be the Mississippi State of it, but we are the SEC. And we are trying to fight through this. I don't really have a problem with anybody else picking the way they do. I'm just like, that's why their records are better than ours. It's because they're not necessarily picking games where you go, oh, I would never pick that. Like a lot of these games we pick, I would never put money on. And then there's some others I have told my friends, yeah, that's a sure thing. Take that one. That line seems really wrong to me, but I don't necessarily always pick those. We'll start off with one that is a big line, which is a big game and a big line. So I want to talk about it. Give us a big game and a big line. 11 a.m. BYU at Texas Tech. 10.5 points for Texas Tech on this one. I think we all believe Texas Tech is going to win this. The question is, can BYU grind it down enough and make it, something where they can soak in it? Say for BYU, the Mormons can soak in this game a little bit and not have to let Texas Tech just run up the score on them. It's Friday. We're having fun. But
I just put that together in my head, yeah. So thank you.
BYU, and if you don't know, be glad you don't know. BYU at Texas Tech, 10.5
Don't
points.
Google it.
Don't go Google it. It's weird. But for that, Texas Tech, I think they're going to win, but can they cover 10.5 over a touchdown and a field goal? Are they going to run away with this one and just embarrass BYU? Or is it 11 a.m. game just too hard to do that? There's going to be so much hype, game days in town, all this stuff. Maybe BYU can come in and get it. The best way I've heard this game described, Matt, was BYU is we all know why we're here. The only reason you go to BYU is because you want to play at BYU. And you're completely bought into everything they do because you have to be. You have to sign the honor pledge and everything else you got to do. And Texas Tech is mercenaries. It is the most polar opposite. Now, they have played really well together. The reports from inside the building are the culture is great. But this is really want to be there versus the paycheck was good. And now we're happy we're there, but we're happy because we got some money in our pockets as well. What do you think happens in this game, Matt?
Well, on my podcast, we locked this in at 9.5, and I picked Texas Tech to cover the 9.5.
Okay.
At 10.5, I'm taking BYU.
Okay, so you think this is a 10-point game?
Yes, what I'm hearing. I think that this is Mormons versus rednecks. And I think that the Mormons are good enough to get within 10 of the rednecks. And so I'm taking BYU plus 10.5.
Yeah, this is really hard to take Texas Tech because I do think BYU is pretty decent. They are 8-0. They're undefeated. Haven't really played anybody yet. So it's harder to say that, the one big win they have is over Utah, which is the same win that Texas Tech is the only big win they have. Which is really Big 12 football. I've talked about it for years and years before Texas went to the SEC. It's really the epitome of Big 12. Well, we've got one win, but now we're playing each other. And we both beat that one team, so now we're both good. And you're like, yeah, we can make this logic work. But that puts BYU. I will say this one's hard because I do think Texas Tech wins this. I don't think it's much of a problem. It's really if BYU can just somehow get everything to work right. There's too many variables that have to work right for BYU to be in this game. And I think Texas Tech, this is the reason why I'm going to take Texas Tech. I think they're going to try and run up the score at the end. So I think this will be a cover until probably 5 or 6 minutes left in the game. and then Texas Tech is going to all out blitz them and try and get a turnover or something. And when BYU is just going down, Texas Tech is going to try and run up the score because they understand we're in the Big 12. We got to make it look good. So I'm going to say that Texas Tech does cover. I know I would have liked 9.5 as well, but I will take Texas Tech in this matchup. Change up, maybe have some altering opinions between us every once in a while. All right, next game for us, Matt. Texas A&M 6.5-point favorites at Mizzou. This one's a little bit different of a matchup than I think Texas Tech and BYU. I think Missouri, if they get a couple things to go right, can cause some problems for Texas A&M. What do you like in this game?
We mentioned this yesterday with Bama Bruce, but I was trying not to spoil my pick, but I think I ended up spoiling it. I think this is going to be Texas A&M's toughest test of the season since Notre Dame. Missouri's got a really good defense. They're first in total defense, first in pass defense, fourth in rush defense. They're in the top 3 or 4 in scoring defense. They run the football really well. They have 2 really good running backs. They have a really explosive receiver in Kevin Coleman. They have a really good tight end in Brett Norfleet, who's got 5 touchdown catches already this year. And they're on their 3rd-string quarterback, true freshman Matt Zollers. The thing is, he's really talented. It's a home game. So it won't be a super intimidating environment for him. Missouri also has a really good offensive line that could potentially help neutralize the Texas A&M pass rush. Caden Green at left tackle versus Cassius Howell is going to be a very, very fun matchup to watch for defensive line, offensive line, dudes. I think this is going to be close. I don't think Texas A&M is necessarily ever really in danger, and I think that they kind of control the game, but I think Missouri's defense keeps it close. I think Ahmad Hardy has a pretty good game, and I think Missouri covers the 6.5.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that really Ahmad Hardy is probably the biggest factor in this game because if they can stop Ahmad Hardy, if they can stop the run game of Missouri, I can't trust a true freshman quarterback coming in against the number 3 ranked team, even at home, to come in and like if they're constantly having to throw the football. If they get down because the defense didn't play well enough and now they can't even get into 3rd and shorts and stuff like that and 2nd and shorts, then I just don't have enough faith in it. But I do think they will be able to do that enough early in the game and slow the game down and just really slow the game down to where it's just going to be a slog at a certain point. And at home, they'll just be able to get it in there, maybe get a couple penalties on Texas A&M that are drive killers with their defense and just make it a low scoring, not that fun game and ends up with Missouri covering the 6.5, but not winning. I think A&M still does win it, but Missouri will cover. All right, let's get out of the SEC for a minute then. Oregon is 6.5-point favorites at Iowa. Big game for Oregon. They need to win this one or else their dreams of a college football playoff for another year are gone. Iowa's been playing pretty good. Surprisingly, you fire the nepotism hire at offensive coordinator and hire a qualified individual, and the team gets better. Shockingly, that works sometimes. So what do you think about this team with Oregon 6.5-point favorites at Iowa?
Well, I know it rains a lot in Oregon. I know it's cold in Oregon. I don't think there's a lot of snow in Oregon in November. And I don't think that the high-flying spread Will Stein offense is very built for weather. It's going to be 42 degrees, feels like 34, rain and sleet in this game throughout pretty much the entire thing. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be gross. I think that lends to Iowa's strengths. And it's also at Iowa, which is a big travel for Oregon. I think Iowa covers the 6.5. I don't think that the California kid Dante Moore is ready for that kind of weather.
I think there's an interesting one. If Oregon last week hadn't only won by 14 points against a bad Wisconsin team, and like they won 30-24 against Penn State. I get that Penn State was still somebody at that point. I feel like this is a game. This is a slip-up game at Iowa. It's just everything about it feels like this could be the game where Oregon just doesn't quite get it done. And they we'll say the line always, we didn't lose. We just ran out of time. I feel like this could be that game for Oregon, where they just keep missing opportunities and needing one more. So I'm going to go with you and go with Iowa as well to cover. And even if Oregon does win, I think we got to kick a field goal. Like it's a tie game, we got to kick a field goal and win this game, but not necessarily a touchdown victory for Iowa. All right, last college game here, Matt.
Well, just real quick, Iowa also held Missouri to within one score, Indiana to within one score. So that's a good football team over there they got up there.
Yeah. No, they do. I agree. And that's what I'm saying is I think they're playing much better. Let's go. Last SEC game for us, last college game for us. LSU at Alabama. Alabama 9.5-point favorites in this. This is one of those really weird games after a team fires their coach. Do they have a bounce back in that moment? Do they, revitalize? Did they dislike Brian Kelly enough? They want to kind of spin him. Do they like their interim coach, whose name is escaping me at this second?
Frank Wilson.
Frank Wilson. I knew it was Frank. I couldn't think of the last name. Frank Wilson. They like him enough that they come out and play with the type of vigor that you need. Does Alabama have the rat poison? Do they consume the rat poison? Is the old Nick Saban that they believe their own hype and that LSU is dead in the water? And this ends up, at least in the first half, looking a little bit like Texas versus Florida, where everyone was counting Florida out and all of a sudden they come back. It's at Alabama though, Matt. What do you like in this game?
I think that Frank Wilson invigorates this team. I think he's got them ready to play. I don't think they're going to win, but I think they're going to make it closer than the experts think. I'm taking LSU to cover the 9. We locked in at 9.5, I think. I'm taking LSU to cover the 9.5, Alabama to win.
All right. Does it move since we got the 9.5?
I'm not sure.
Let's see if we can see it. No, it's 10.5 now, but we're locked in at 9.5. So it is now 10.5. It's climbed there, but we'll be on the positive side of this one. Saying that too. Look, I get everything that happens. I get all the pieces of why LSU should rebound and why Alabama should not be ready. I don't think Kalen DeBoer is going to let them not be ready for this game. I don't think there's any way in hell that any of them have any thought other than LSU is coming to Alabama and we better be damn ready for it and we better go. I think there may be a surge from LSU early, but I don't think Garrett Nussmeier has it in him this year to pull off a big play, and I don't think this offense is going to all of a sudden be this heroic offense that couldn't get anything going all season long. And I think Ty Simpson is just going to do what he's done over and over again. Now, they don't have a run game. Jam Miller hasn't been electric. They just haven't run the run game. That's what worries you about Alabama long-term of being able to go in the playoffs and win a national championship. But I think this LSU game, it's going to keep going downhill for LSU, at least this week, because this Alabama team is really good. And I believe in Kalen DeBoer. I think the Florida State loss, if they hadn't lost to Florida State, they're undefeated. Maybe there's a little bit more of that in me. But I think, you already did that once this year, guys. You already let us up. You cannot do it again. I'm just going to show you I'm going to put the Florida State score up on the board all damn week to let you know. Also, if this was an 11 a.m. game, I think it's more likely for an upset. I think it's 6:30, man. You've been thinking about it all day. It's a big game. The nighttime crowd, I think that there's just enough in it for Alabama to play great football in that game. All right, let's go to the NFL for a second here, Matt. We got a couple picks in the NFL to get to. This one's an interesting one. One I would not have expected to pick this late in the season for one of these teams. But the Patriots and the Buccaneers. Buccaneers, 2.5-point favorites in the game. We're hoping Bucky Irving being back this week for the Buccaneers. It does not look like he will be back this week, but the Bucs keep finding ways to win, even with the injuries across the board. They keep finding ways to win, but so does New England. Now, their schedule's been powder puff for sure. Marshmallow schedule for New England. Can they win a big one? They beat Buffalo earlier this year, so the one other big game they had, they won. What do you think happens in this game?
I don't I don't know. I like to think that the Patriots are actually good.
Yeah.
We moved them up pretty high in our power rankings on Tuesday. Yeah. Was it on Tuesday? Or Wednesday, I guess. Is this, I can't remember. Is this at the Bucks?
At the Bucks.
Okay. I'm taking the Bucks -2.5. Baker Mayfield finds a way.
That's how I am too. It's exactly how I am too on this one, Matt. It does feel like Baker Mayfield just keeps finding ways to win. I think Drake May versus Baker Mayfield's a fun rivalry. It's a fun way to start this. If they play again, it could be a lot of fun. But right now, I just think that Baker Mayfield's keeps figuring out ways to win. The Bucks keep figuring out ways to win. And when you put those two teams together, I'm going to go with the home team in this one in Tampa Bay.
Okay.
Final pick here, Matt. The Eagles at the Packers. This is Monday Night Football. It is a really, really big game on Monday Night Football. The Eagles have not really looked great, but are really talented. The Packers have not really looked great, but are very talented. Packers favored by 1.5 at home right now. The Eagles probably have a more talented roster. Matt Golden hasn't really lived up to it yet. I think he's still going to be a really good wide receiver in the NFL. Just maybe was a little bit too much too early. They got to build that feeling a little bit more between him and Jordan Love. Get him a little bit more accustomed to the physicality of the NFL because he's getting bumped a little bit, knocked off his routes. What do you like, Eagles at Packers?
This is another hard one because it feels like the Packers play better when they're playing good teams.
Yep.
Their 2 losses are kind of surprising. I think I'm going to take the Packers. I'm going to go Packers +1.5.
All right, I'm going to take the Packers as well. I like what they're doing out there. I do not like the Eagles, so I'm just going to pick the Packers. We won't know that one until Monday night, but I'm with you. I've got the Packers winning that one as well. Want to go back to college for a minute, Matt, and talk about a couple other games that are happening this weekend. We do have Northwestern at USC tonight. USC is a 14.5-point favorite in that game, so nothing big. But let's get to Georgia at Mississippi State real quick, because this is one I feel a lot of people mention as an upset. I kind of like it in that world. I think Georgia ends up winning this game in all reality, but I do think Mississippi State scares them because the same way they scared us of the flaws of the Georgia defense play exactly in to what Mississippi State does well offensively. So this could be a high scoring game. This could be a shootout at a certain point of 2 offenses just going down the field on each other. And I think it could catch Georgia a little off guard playing at Mississippi State in this game.
Yeah, Jeff Lebby got his first SEC win last week, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
This is going to be hard for Georgia. They give up a lot of explosive plays offensively or defensively. Mississippi State, as we noted a couple weeks ago, and as we saw, they're good at getting that explosive play in the passing game with Brennan Thompson and the other guy whose name escapes me at the moment.
The other guy.
Anthony Evans, maybe.
I can't think of his first name either.
Who's also
Evans. I can't think of his first name.
He's also a former Georgia Bulldog. I think that he will be raring to go in this football game.
Yep.
I'm going to look at the availability report real quick, just to see one small thing. Yes. Fluff Bothwell is not on the injury report, which leads me to believe he will play, and he will play a lot. I don't even know if he played last week. I didn't watch Mississippi State, but I think this is tight. I think this is very similar to the Ole Miss Georgia game, and I think they're just going to be trading scores. I think when I did the spread on my podcast, we locked in at +8.5. So I'm going to go Mississippi State to cover here. I wouldn't be surprised if they won.
It wouldn't surprise me either. I mean, let's put it this way. It wouldn't surprise me, but I would. I don't know. It wouldn't shock me, but I'd be surprised. I don't know the right way to say those two things because it would be like, why are you losing this game, Georgia? And I also don't want Georgia to lose this game. I'd prefer Georgia win by 75 points in this game. That would make me the happiest because if they win by 75, then we may have a better chance of beating them. If they lose to Mississippi State and we go into Athens, it is going to be even worse. Harder for Texas to win that game. I'll just say that because then you are playing a team desperate for a win to stay in the playoffs. Changes a lot of things. So you prefer Georgia to win this game, right? But I'm with you. I think this could go like if I'll be honest with you, the over is 56.5. I take the over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's going to be like 42-38 or something like that.
Mississippi State just is able to, like, both those offenses are good enough. It's weird to say in a Georgia game, but the offenses are good enough in both of these games. It does feel. No line on Citadel Ole Miss. Why is there no line on that? I thought it was going to be a close one. Citadel's 4-5.
Because Ole Miss is probably going to win 84-0.
Hopefully they'll rest their player. Do you think Austin Simmons plays in this game?
I hope he does. We love the service academies here on Open Gym, but this one doesn't have a shot.
Speaking of the service academies, what about that Navy Notre Dame game? Notre Dame is favored by 27.5 in this game. Any chance a 7-1 Navy is able to make a run at Notre Dame? Just make a run at them. Keep it respectable.
Yeah, I think so. They haven't really played anybody.
No, that's why they're 7-1. They're not that great. That's why they're 7-1 and a 28-point underdog.
They lost by 2 touchdowns to North Texas, who's really good. They're 8-1. But they also have a true freshman quarterback who didn't start on his high school team, which gives me some concern for Navy in that sense. I think Notre Dame wins comfortably. 27 is a lot, though.
It's a ton.
It's a ton of points. And I think
that for Navy, who just runs the football.
Yeah. Notre Dame's won 2 games by that much. Purdue and NC State. Arkansas and NC State.
I mean,
I don't know. I think that they win comfortably, but I never want to pick a spread that's 27.5.
We're 8 games into the season. They have 3 running backs who have run the ball more than 40 times. Right? 4 running back. Actually, no, sorry. One of those is the quarterback. So 3 running backs and the quarterback. All of them are averaging over 5.8 yards per carry.
Yeah.
They run the football. That's what they do. They run the football all the time. They don't necessarily throw it a ton. Their leading receiver has 575 yards. And that's their leading, and he also has 349 rushing yards, their leading receiver. So they run the football. That's what they do. So I just don't know if 27.5, you're like, well, at a certain point, do they run out of time to keep scoring and putting up these points on them? I don't know.
Well, here's what I'll say. Notre Dame has not lost to Navy since 2016.
I don't think they're going to lose. We're hoping they lose because it'd be hilarious. But
they won last year by 37. They won by 39 the year before that. They've also won games by 28, 32, 22. I don't know. I really hope that Navy wins, but I think Notre Dame wins pretty handily.
All right, let's look at that Auburn-Vanderbilt game then. Auburn, again, kind of like LSU, fired their coach. Is this a bounce back? Hugh Freeze ain't the problem. Vanderbilt loses to Texas, but has a heroic comeback where if they don't run out of time, is able to maybe get an onside kick there, almost gets the onside kick. They have this big comeback. I get it, guys. Texas was injured. We had 2 safeties out and 3 safeties out, actually. I get it. There was extenuating circumstances for that. But for Vanderbilt's sake, they feel like we barely lost to Texas. And they're now playing an Auburn team who has not been good, but they fired their coach. I know you are a Hugh Freeze hater, unapologetic Hugh Freeze hater. What do you think about this game? Vanderbilt favored by 6.5. Also at Vanderbilt.
I think Auburn's going to be a better football team now that Hugh Freeze is gone. But Vanderbilt wins. Vanderbilt's going to have problems, I think, because Auburn's defense is really good. Auburn's going to have one play caller instead of 3 or 4, plus their head coach trying to override 3 of those 4 play callers. And I think that DJ Durkin's going to kind of give them a new edge of toughness as the head coach. So I think this is going to be really low scoring, probably similar to the Missouri game that they played where they won 17-10, but I think Vanderbilt wins.
Yeah, I do think Vanderbilt wins this game as well. I'd like to believe that Auburn can just bounce back and be like, yeah, that guy's gone now. We're going to play much better. I don't think it's going to happen overnight, though. LSU, I think, has more of a shot of it because of the bye week, because they had a little bit of time to reconvene versus a Auburn team was just really just back to back. All right, Monday at practice, figure it out. Maybe don't have enough for a game plan for a Vanderbilt team that's good. It's a good Vanderbilt team. They just are able to wear you down and go after you. Final one I'm going to give you here, Matt. Wake Forest at Virginia. Virginia's only a 6.5-point favorite in this game. Wake Forest lost 42-7 to Florida State last week. Mm-hmm. Like this is a Florida State, like they did beat SMU 13-12. They've had some decent wins on their schedule. They lost to Georgia Tech by a point, but they got blown out by Florida State last week. Is this a Wake Forest comes back with a vengeance and knocks Virginia off, or is Virginia going to keep living the dream for another week?
Virginia lost to NC State this year, who's not very good. In every SEC game they've played, or ACC game that they've played, with the exception of Cal last week, they won by 1 score. They beat Florida State 46-38 in overtime. They beat Louisville 30-27. They beat Washington State 22-20. North Carolina 17-16. In Cal, they beat by 10. It was 21-21 over the final 3 quarters of that game. So I'm picking Wake to cover the 6.5. They might win.
Man, that's a big one, because if they win, it throws the ACC into more chaos, which, no one's mad about. Cal can beat Louisville too. Let's just have ACC. The ACC should just complete chaos for the rest of the season. It'll make everybody happy, right?
Yeah, let's have Miami lose another one, Louisville lose another one, Virginia lose another one, Georgia Tech lose another. I mean, Georgia Tech's going to lose to Georgia already, so.
Well, I thought Georgia was going to lose to Georgia Tech. Are they both going to lose? Tie game.
What? It could go either way.
It could go either way. We'll figure it out. Do you have any other games that you really like this weekend, or those the main ones? We do get Northwestern at USC tonight on Fox. That is a 14.5-point spread for USC. They better win that one. I know Northwestern's won a game or two this year. They're 3-2 in the Big Ten, so they're not in the bottom of the Big Ten anymore, because those bottom teams are bad. But I don't know if they've got enough to live with USC.
My favorite game of the weekend that I think could be an upset alert that nobody else on Earth agrees with me about.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yes.
Is Penn State in Indiana.
I've seen this. I've looked into that game, and I didn't bring it up because here's why. So last week I talked about Penn State versus Ohio State. And the main argument there was Jim Knowles, right? I was like, Jim Knowles knows this team. So is there a chance that maybe he's able to get a turnover to and tied it? But what I said was, if I'm taking that, I'm taking the first half. And I was right. It was a game at half. And then Ohio State shellacked them. I think this would be similar to me. I think Penn State could put up a fight against Indiana. I don't think they can in the second half. I just don't think they have the players. I don't think they have the scheme. I think once Indiana sees what they do and sees them, and you have to throw everything at the wall so early to make anything happen, I just don't see it. It is only a 14.5-point line. It's not a 28-point line. It's not some crazy. But I give me more of a reason why you think Penn State has a shot at home. It's an 11 a.m. game, so it's not a big whiteout. What do you think about this game?
Well, who's the one team outside of Oregon that Indiana struggled with this year?
I don't know. You got to tell me.
Iowa.
That's right.
Iowa, they lost. They won that game by 5. Penn State lost to Iowa by a point. They matched up pretty well with Iowa. Iowa matched up pretty well with Indiana. I know it's the transitive property of college football, but it's something to consider. Penn State, they have 2 really good running backs. Indiana leads the Big Ten in rush defense. Can they slow down Fernando Mendoza? I don't know. I just have this weird feeling about it, and maybe I'm totally off. But Penn State's got a pretty good pass defense, and Fernando Mendoza's pretty good. I just feel like there's going to be a speed bump somewhere. There has to be a speed bump somewhere for Indiana. There has to.
I know. I think it's either this game. I think it's the Big Ten championship and first playoff game.
I thought it might be Nebraska, but then Dylan Raiola is out for the season.
Yeah.
This is my last hope for Indiana to lose a regular season game.
It would be huge.
My last hope. I have to take it.
Dude, this would be huge if Penn State's first Big Ten win of the season was against a number 2 team. And their interim coach would be like, well, tied with James Franklin for Penn State wins against top 10 teams, aren't I? Yep. Yeah, I mean, considering Penn State's biggest folly has been beating great teams or really good teams or however you want to describe Indiana, I don't know. I don't know if it would happen. I'm with you. I think betting the first half in this one is a reasonable thing to think about doing. But I would think in the second half, Indiana pulls away. All right. Let's
go hire Clark Lee, Penn State. Do it.
All right, let's take our second break. We're going to come back. We'll talk some basketball and get to wrap it up on a Friday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up here on a Friday afternoon. Let's real quick, because I'm going to show you my meathead is just the courts. I don't have anything that special for meathead, so we will tie it all together. Spurs and Rockets play tonight. It is a fun game. The Rockets are favored by 4.5. It's on Prime Video. If you have Prime, you can watch it. It's not an ESPN game, so you don't have to worry about your YouTube TV, which they're still not figured out. I'm very upset about. Really thought this would be handled within a week. So now I'm shopping other brands, and I don't want to buy Fubo because they're 70% owned by Disney, and I don't want to buy Hulu because they're owned by Disney. And ESPN's trying to screw me over, Matt. Trying to screw us over. So I'm like, do I have to go to DirecTV now and pay more money to go get all the channels I want? But DirecTV has FanDuel Sports Network, so I can watch my Spurs games easier too. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. But Spurs play the Rockets tonight. Both teams with a few injuries. De'Aaron Fox not back tonight, but back tomorrow against the Pelicans. A really big get for the Spurs to get back in that lineup. We have barely seen Wemby and De'Aaron Fox, I think 2 or 3 games together. So it's going to be fun to watch them together. Wemby started off the season killing everybody. They've started to really go after him more. Other teams are double teaming him more. They are taking charges when he drives the basket. They are really trying to go after him. And on the defensive end of the ball, they're attacking at him, trying to draw contact and get him in foul trouble. And it's been working. By the way, NBA, stop calling so many damn fouls. I get it. Spurs get the calls too. I just don't want so many damn foul calls. It's frustrating. It's the reason why we have 40, 50-point games every other night. So, like, this guy put up 50 and he shot 23 free throws. You're like, yeah, that's not fun. 23 free throws is not fun. 20 of those 50 points are from the free throw line. Nobody wants to watch that. But tonight, we will see a matchup of maybe 2 teams maybe losing a little bit. The depth lacking in some certain positions for point guard, especially for the Rockets. They're having issues with that. Can the Spurs attack that? And on the other side of the ball, the defensive big men for the Spurs when Wemby goes out. They did just get Sohan back. They just got Kelly Olynyk back as well. So maybe a little bit better with Luke Cornett still being out for the Spurs.
De'Aaron Fox is going to be a big difference, I think.
Yes.
I don't really know much about the NBA right now. I've been so focused on football, but what I will say is go Rockets. In general, I want the Spurs to win tonight for Patrick. The other thing about the NBA, the real meathead of the day, Patrick, I think, is very apparent. And we can get to the courts in a second. The real meathead of the day is still Nico Harrison.
He's the meathead of the year, dude. Meathead of the decade.
Luka is averaging 40 points a game.
Yeah. You don't trade generational talents.
You don't.
You just don't do it.
Mavericks are,
and if you do it past their prime.
Yeah.
You're well past their prime. And you go, okay, we're going to trade you, because now the value of Luka is still a 40-point-a-game scorer, but, he's putting up 28 now. So we're going to trade you him now, but not when he's like entering his prime and took you to the Western Conference Finals, the NBA Finals the year before. You don't get rid of him. All right.
And
here
then,
is the go ahead.
And now the Mavericks are 2-6.
Yeah.
And the Lakers are 7-2. And
With
even
no
though
LeBron,
Luke is averaging 40 a game. Yeah. Even though Luke is averaging 40 a game, Nico Harrison came out and said, well, you can't win basketball games that way.
What an idiot. Now, the good news for all of this is Nico Harrison will be jobless sooner than later, most likely. But that doesn't
I hope by
change.
the end of November.
I don't think that changes anything. I don't think we'll get amnesty on this. Here is the Spurs court for tonight. If you're watching the game at 6:30, I'm not a huge fan of this court. It's just too dark. It's just too much of the same. Like, there's not any flair to it. I know the cup no one cares about, but it's on every single one of these courts. They just use the team colors. But considering they're silver and black, this is what ends up being. I'm not a huge fan of it. What about you, Matt?
Why not the Fiesta colors?
So that is their City Edition court, which I'm going to show you here in a second. These are standard. All the cup play courts are the same. It is their colors and the trophies, right? That is every single NBA Cup action. If you watch it tonight on anybody, if you got League Pass or whatever, you can watch that. But this is the court for the City Edition for the Spurs. Boom.
Oh, that's sick.
So much better, right?
That is sick. Okay. Spurs fans, real quick. The Spurs have the opportunity to do something that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers refuse to do. And that's where their good jersey colors 24/7. The Buccaneers should wear the creamsicle orange uniforms every single week. The Spurs, I love the Fiesta colors. I think that if the Spurs wore the Fiesta colors every single game,
undefeated,
I would be a Spurs fan.
So this is the best part, though, is you see this center court, right? So they got rid of that, I don't know, probably 10 years ago now or something. But then the Coyote, the mascot, who I've got it right over there. If you see the Coyote, I know it's hard to see with everything shrunken, but right over there. He would come out, and he always used to go to get the crowd up and jump on each of the letters, and the crowd would then say the letter. So SPURS, Spurs, right? And he would do that. When they got rid of the logo at midcourt, because the NBA was trying to clean up the logos and do whatever else, right? It's an NBA thing, not a Spurs thing. He would just still jump in the location that letters used to be, and the crowd would follow along with it. It was one of my favorite things of like having a smaller fan base, is having the people be like, no, we've had season tickets for years, and we'll lead the way. By the way, this is the best picture I could find of the jersey, Matt, that they're doing now. It's just a stripe across, black jersey with a stripe.
Love it.
And then he got him down the side of the shorts as well. Those are the Fiesta colors there. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight. Thank you, Matt, for another great week of shows. Always enjoy working with you. Enjoy another week. Enjoy your weekend without having to work the Texas game, because next week we're back for Georgia, and I can't wait for that one. We'll cover that a ton next week. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow. Or, sorry, not tomorrow, Monday. I'm off tomorrow. Not working tomorrow, I promise. Coming back on Monday here on Open Gym on Texas.